right. All right. Good morning. Good morning to you all. I'm watching silver. I'm watching silver at the moment. Let's see. All right, silver's moving a bit higher. So that was one of the potential hedges. I see a lot of, I won't call it speculation in the trading room, but differing points of view. Whenever I see that kind of commentary, whether it's in our trading room or outside in social media, I start paying attention and taking heed. To consider hedges is a good idea when the markets are temperamental, as they have been. We have these big moves. Of late, we're currently down 25 handles, 26 handles. There's potential B-shaped profile building at the moment. All right, let me just get a link out to Roberto. All right. Okay. Let's look at GDX. Gold and miners have been pushing a bit higher. GDX pre-market, let's see what pre-market looks like. Pre-market pushing a bit higher. I would wait for a little pullback. Maybe it pulls back a little bit more here. GDX. All right, so that's GDX. Oh, let me update. Speaking of that, let me update Spot Gamma. Forgot to do that. Sorry about that. All right, so since Brent updated his comments, the markets have moved a little bit lower. All right, so good morning, Jamie. Good morning. My point of view, for what it's worth, is been pretty constant over the last couple of weeks as we continue. This is GDX, by the way. Note that we're moving a bit higher. As we trade in this area and start to pull back a little bit more, I've reduced positions over the last couple of weeks because the 50-day is right here. We've hit the 50-day 3 times this year already. And the likelihood of us testing it again is pretty significant. Now, some people are probably speculating that this is a left shoulder. This is a head. or even that there's a smaller head and shoulders up here at the top. Okay, a little head there, excuse me, a little left shoulder there near the cursor around about 418 or so. Then a head up there 422. Maybe we bounce a little bit and a neckline down near this gap. At a minimum, I'm thinking we're going to test this gap area. I think the likelihood is much higher for us to test that. Therefore, when I have a consideration like we could test the 50-day, I've been taking positions off. And what I'm effectively doing is hedging. I'm basically neutral. So I have hedges like SQQQ. I'm looking at TZA as a potential trade. VIX calls, SPY puts for hedges, thinking that if those hedges do start to work and my longs are a little bit underwater that I want to hold on to, I'll be somewhat neutral. But I won't be just sitting here biting my fingernails watching my account dwindle. So that's one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is to go all to cash. A 5% pullback would be just beyond the 50-day. Good morning, Daniel. A move past the 50-day would fill this gap. I don't see any other ones on here that haven't been filled. All of these have been filled. Filled. This is the last one, or the most recent one. All right, that one's pretty much filled there. So at a minimum, I'm thinking we're going to come back to the 50-day. To convince yourself otherwise and do nothing, I'm feeling, if I'm talking to myself, if I'm doing nothing and I'm just going to sit here and bite my fingernails while my account starts to dwindle a bit, giving back some of the gains. Remember, we were looking at 380 coming into, February, March. 390. Wow, and there's no way we're going to get above 390. We're really stretched. We're going to pull back, and we did, but we continue to trend higher. So that tells us to look for the bigger picture while expecting a move to the 50-day and hedge accordingly. So GDX, gold, silver. What does TLT look like? I saw a president talking about TLT. Susie was talking about TLT. That's pulling back again. LQD and investment grade bonds pulling back a little bit, but still above the 50-day. This has nice dividends as well. But the bigger picture, let's look at the bigger picture. So yesterday, what's NYMO and NAMO say? Our breath is pulling back. So if we head for the 50-day and we're hedged and stay neutral, or we're in cash or more cash than usual, we'll be able to pick up like the February-March dip back in 2021 over here. This dip to the 30% level got bought in March when we pushed through the 50-day last time. So breadth, these thrust indicators are telling us to anticipate that could happen while still keeping some longs on and maybe day trade if we bounce today. We're managing to hold on to this even though we're currently down 30 handles. Yesterday we got bought.
CVX, Chevron shuts down and depressurizes Tamar natural gas platform offered. Israel coast in accordance with instructions received from Ministry of Energy. That's CVX, Charlie Victor X-ray.
All right, so NYMO, it's in a compression time right now. So This is moving lower. That's telling us also to be short-term cautious. VIX VXV. All right, we're still in a sell on the 60-minute time frame. So look for lower lows and lower highs. VIX VXV, the front month to the 3-month. Good morning, Katrina. Front month to the 3-month is more neutral now. We dipped into, to start the week, we had a touch in the red zone to start the week, and we've talked about this before during the weekend video. These dips usually precede a pullback. The severity of the dip equates to the severity of the pullback. So you can see we barely dipped there. The front month is really, really accelerating. So this ratio is driving much higher versus 3 months out. All right. So July is one of the seasonally strongest, is the seasonally strongest month of the year for NASDAQ. So the pullback in the NASDAQ would be an opportunity, but you have to have cash. You have to have funds ready. All right. So that's why I've been pulling back. One of the reasons why I've been pulling back on the number of longs I have open in my trading account. Now, my longer term accounts I'm not as concerned about because I have 44% long equities, both U.S. and international, and I have about 40% in bonds that pay nice dividends. HYG and junk, HYG I have some exposure to. All right, that's pulling back a little bit. So if this starts to pull back dramatically, we'd want to pay attention to that. Okay, right now we have yet to cross this moving average. So if we cross that moving average, pay attention, maybe add to your hedges. Right now we're threatening and most likely we'll test the 50-day on the daily. Bigger picture again. Yesterday, what do we got? 4 minutes to go for the opening bell. Good morning. Al, good morning. Joining us today. Morning, Robert. All right, yesterday, the number of new highs versus new lows. You can see that we've got a caution signal. This starts to dip more. That's telling us to hedge more. We're making higher highs and higher lows, so the trend is still positive. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline, more decliners at highs. And yesterday we finished on a blue elder stick. And this was red during the day at the lows. If this breaks down more, start to look for some support levels around 16,000, 15,700, 15,010, 15,100, and so on. So that's the New York Stock Exchange. I sent out a blog post this morning on the stocks that I'm looking for bounces in. I'd like to see 3D. What's it doing right now? 3D. That was a day trade. I took it off. I took it off thinking that this would get rejected at the 50-day at the first shot. Right now it's just below the 50-day, pulling back a little bit. If this pops through the 50-day and this 27 level, that should be viewed as a continuation. Let's go look at bonds again. Bonds. All right, the bigger picture. Okay, so we got a little hook up there, if you can see that. A little hook. So the ratio between the S&P 500 and the long bond, the 30-year bond, the ratio between the two is starting to hook a little bit, but generally is in an uptrend. Notice the rate of change. Now, this would turn if the faster rate of change, there's 4 rate of change variables here, 9, 12, 18, and 24. These relate to monthly and yearly and 2-year duration. So if these start to turn, the cycle, which it hasn't yet, that would tell us to look for a more severe pullback. But the overall cycle is higher and is only just turned as of November of last year. So we crossed over November of last year. Previous crossovers, this is the big picture for my IRA and 401k type of mindset, and for those of you who are doing the same. A balanced approach right now versus, full bore equities is a good positioning, as we are somewhat neutral right now, selling into strength, taking more stocks off, having a smaller target on our back, hedging more TZA, SQQQ, GDX, gold, GLD. All right. So the big picture is fine. These crossovers lasted for 18 months. In most cases, copper is hell bent on higher prices. We got less than a minute to go. Let's get ready for the opening bell, folks. Copper's trending, so construction is working. Builders are working. All right, the Baltic Dry Index, that's on a bullish signal. There's your opening bell. All right, so let's get back to, all right, so the copper gold ratio is starting to back off a little bit. Now, the first 15 minutes, we know that algos are taking care of imbalances, so we'll look for a trend after about 9:50 a.m., about 20 minutes. Give it about 20 minutes. Acting before then can produce mixed results. You have a better strategy if you wait for around 10 o'clock. See what institutions are trading today. See what's the most active.
Like Shira says, we will, as we go through the year, we will assess data and we'll communicate well in advance about any taper decision.
Or is that the Fed telling us to backtracking on what on Evans talked about on Monday? That's what it sounds like. All right, so we're starting to bounce here. It sounds like the Fed is trying to backtrack that comment again. Like, is this a coincidence or is it planned? All right, there goes 3D. 3D starting to move here. It's a little early for 3D, but it looks like it might keep going. All right, let's see what SQQQ is doing. SQQ, a little bounce. All right, remember, algos are taking care of imbalances right now, so be careful reacting too quickly. Krishna, good morning. TBT, yes, TBT and TMB. These are very short term in my mind. I think we could bounce double bottom, potentially for a double bottom on TLT. All right, the 20-year. Potential for a multiple level bottom, but for now it's in a downtrend. All right, buying the cues, a very brief little bounce there. All right, BTU. All right, so we have Peabody Energy continue this trend. Peabody Energy is continuing the trend. It's at the upper Keltner band, so I'm looking for this to pull in for an area to add. Does look pretty good though. All right, we're trying to bounce. I try not to do anything the first 15 minutes. I want to just analyze the markets and see what they're up to. Money flow should be obvious. All right, so watching SPY in the Qs, we're holding for now. There's a lot of speculation out there in social media that we're going to see much lower levels. So with that in mind, I'm watching hedges, how they're trading. Silver coming back to a better entry. If you missed the entry on silver, pullbacks to the 9 and 21 day and a bullish trend with the 921 crossing above the 50 day. We got stacked EMAs, 921 above the 50 SMA and 200 SMA. So pullbacks to the 9 EMA, looking for that to get bought. TZA as a hedge. Some of you looking at that. That's pulling back a little bit for a better entry. If you're thinking of hedging, SPY in the Qs. All right, so we want to look at GLD and GDX as well. 60-minute, daily. All right, this could come back to the 90 MA. That would be a better entry. Don't buy up at the highs. GDX, gold miners. All right, hanging in yesterday's very large candle. So there was a lot of buying yesterday. All right, let's see what's working right now. Okay, S&P 500, MRO, APA, FANG. All right, so energy is definitely in play. Energy is definitely in play. Okay, take your pick. Merck. Merck's on the move. All right, so we started Merck again, or added to Merck yesterday on the dip. Thank you, Anton. We are back to the area where we added. We have a position from lower down here near 74.50, 74, 75.20 I think I added, and again it's 76. So the reason behind this is whenever you see volume like this, above average volume, and it's like multiple days in a row, that's usually the sign institutions are filling positions. And what I like to say to myself is, do I really think this 60, 70 million shares that traded on Merck is only good for 4 points from 74 when they were buying up to 78? Or do they have more in mind as far as the split is concerned? The split on June 2nd? I think it's the latter. I think we're going to continue to move higher. SPY in the Q is starting to move higher. So the bears are on the prowl, and they might get slapped across the face with a trout at the moment. You know bears like salmon, so a trout's sort of an insult to a bear, and you're not feeding them on top of that. So watch for a little follow-through. Tick cumulative, the key, tick cumulative is telling us that institutions are still not buyers. They're still sellers. And they're doing it on one-to-one up-down volume. So there's no edge. SPY's got 2 blocks so far, nothing major there. Caterpillar, let's go take a look at Caterpillar. Caterpillar looks like, all right, Caterpillar tested the 90 MA yesterday. A sort of mix of buyers and sellers, but it looks like it's going to follow through now. Look at the other names in the group like John Deere. Are they doing the same thing? They are. 3M at the 9 EMA. Boeing is one that we're looking at. Boeing looking for a bounce. Still trending below the 921 and 50 days. So this is in a markdown phase. Markdown phase is highlighted by price action below the 921 and 50 day and continues to get rejected at same. The mark up phase is just the opposite when we're above the 921 day, and every time it pulls back, we get bought and volume picks up. So be careful with Boeing. I do want to see Boeing higher, but I'm not going to wish it higher. Schlumberger is higher. Schlumberger. Energy looks really good. So look at any of these energy names. Whenever we see the entire group, every single one of them, except for Norton LifeLock, that's been on a tear lately. All right, so since that issue with Colonial Pipeline, Norton LifeLock popped up on the radar on Monday and Tuesday. Occidental Petroleum, all of these look like pretty decent hedges as well. Colonial Pipeline will probably be back online soon. I drove around Myrtle Beach. I didn't see any lines. First thing in the morning, I saw my wife. My wife told me that there was a line at one petrol station, but she went to the next one, and there was nobody there. All right, and they had gas. And I saw that last night. I went to Lowe's. I went to like past 5 petrol stations on my way to Lowe's. It was like a 10-minute drive. The first 5 minutes is out of the residential area, 7 minutes, and then 3 minutes of driving at least 5 stations, probably more, really, when I think about it. But no lines, and they all had gas. So this hyperbole with regard to, watch us buying the cues here, no follow through. We don't want to do anything. I don't want to do anything until about 9:50 once I know what institutions plan on doing. Do they plan on selling the rest of the day? Watch these names. These all look pretty good. What I'm looking for are wicks at the top. All right, so we got Wells Fargo here. All right, low tick. Holly Frontier. A lot of these, some of them are starting to form wicks in the top. All right, let's go look at energy. Energy. See who's winning. Murphy. Range Resources. Trending. A bit extended, but trending. All right, let's look at some of these. Let's see. I think you're pretty safe looking at some of these energy names. IGT is higher. That was mentioned by Mr. Nigerian yesterday. IGT, let me come back to this 1 second. IGT, breaking higher, IGT. IGT looks like it's going to extend this. Look at the ATR. If you're trading out of the money options, always look at ATR. Never buy the high of the day. Jeez. Take it easy, Charlie. Okay, so if you're trading out of the money options, you never want to buy the high of the day. You always want to buy the dip. So let's look at IGT. And knowing that it's got an ATR of 1, you wouldn't want to buy options up here. You want to wait for a dip. Chasing options, most always a bad idea. Look at the ATR. We got $1. We're currently up 67 cents. So if you were to buy the 2150 call at the high of the day, you're probably, anything beyond the 2150, you're probably a losing bet. Probably going to see that pull in a little bit. But IGT is continuing. So if you bought it yesterday on Pete Nigerian's comments, we should see a follow through. All right, SPY and the Qs looking pretty strong here. The Qs especially looking pretty strong. All right, so that looks good. Comstock Resources, that's moving higher. Cleveland Cliffs off a bit. Cleveland Cliffs. I'm looking for a bounce in Cleveland Cliffs. All right, so that's IGT. All right, we got a low tick alert. Don't act first 15 minutes of the day. Except to take profits. It's always a good idea, usually to wait. Freeport McMoran's off a buck. Freeport, looking for a bounce on Freeport. ExxonMobil went ex-dividend today. ExxonMobil went ex-dividend. It's starting to move higher.
RMED, RE Medical resumes trading. Romeo Michael Echo Delta.
All right, ExxonMobil went ex-dividend. What is it, Anton? About a 6% dividend? All right, at the 9 EMA, looking for the bounce on ExxonMobil. Energy is in play. $5.72%. Cool. All right, that's a nice dividend. I already had some Exxon shares, so.
OCGN, Ocugen, seeing a sweep in the
All right, so we're starting to push higher. All right, so if we continue higher, energy is getting bought pretty heavily here. Watching the energy names, ExxonMobil, ex-dividend, Merck, pushing higher. That looks good, Merck. My solar installation got approved by the housing committee, HOA, so that'll be installed shortly. It's like $26,000 in incentives, $6,500 check immediately when they show up with the panels. And then you got the state, local, and energy company giving you money, and no out-of-pocket expenses, and it's like $135 a month. It's crazy. I mean, I can't believe more people aren't like waking up to solar, even if it's just for supplemental. You know, I have 33 panels. They fit on the roof nicely. They're not like overburdening, but they can get my energy usage down to zero. You know, electric. And if I get a hybrid vehicle or a Tesla or something in the short term, more savings and less concern about these gasoline problems that we're having right now on the Colonial Pipeline. Short term, crude oil related stocks are moving higher. What was Peloton doing? Peloton was seeing a lot of activity down at the lows. Peloton, all right, Peloton for a fourth day is starting to push higher. Watch Peloton here. This is crazy. Peloton is getting bought, folks. They're looking for a push back to the highs. You see this little indentation right here? That could accelerate very quickly to 95. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen on Peloton. Now let's see what the 5-minute looks like. We don't want to buy at the high of the day. Got a nice little dip. Shoot, that was a good entry right there. All right, I won't chase it, but Peloton looks good. I want to take the best bets. You know, Peloton looks good. I'd love to add some maybe to my long-term portfolio. But for now, I'm just watching short-term stocks like Occidental Petroleum. Looks like it's going to get back above the 9 and 21 day here. Halliburton. Looks like that's going to continue. Hess. Devon Energy. Duke Energy. Electric Power. That's pulling back. Glad we didn't chase that one. I spoke out and said that don't chase it on that news. Most likely going to reverse back to the mean, right? It's still in a bullish trend, but why buy it way up here? Wait for it to pull back to the 9 and 21 day. You just have to exercise a little patience.
The automotive board increased company's dividend by 2.3% to 44 cents per share. That's Papa Alpha Golf, PAG.
Merck up 60 cents, right at the area where we added yesterday. All right, now we're chopping around again. So this is acting like they're keeping things in this area so they can sell more. If you read Nomura's comments, highlighted by Zero Hedge last night, it was Nomura's comments about what they were seeing. A lot of institutional selling at highs, a lot of puts being bought. Okay, they can be wrong too, but we need to see the evidence. So as a trader, an investor, our job is to lose as little money as possible. Good morning, Sandra. Morning, Frano. Our job is to lose as little money as possible. And when you see the comments that are permeating the markets right now, social media, that tells me to pull back on the reins, pull to the shoulder of the road, wait for the storm to pass, look around. If you got too much exposure, start taking some things off into strength. You want to decrease the size of the target on your back, trade shorter term, and use hedges judiciously. All right, so the daily. All right, so I'm almost convinced now that we're going to test the 50-day. So any bounce here is an opportunity to short from my perspective. And that's just, it's not my opinion, it's just what I'm looking at. All right, we're below the 9 and 21 day. Whenever we're below the 21 and the 90 MA, the only way we can be below that is if we're in a markdown period. We would have to very quickly get back above the 9 and 21 day. We're not seeing that just yet. Can we get a nice reversal intraday for a pop back up to 414, the highs on SPY pre-market? Right now we're just contained. Tick cumulative is still dropping, and we're doing it on increasing. Now it's 1.75 to 1 down volume. So the sellers are starting to come in a little bit more. All right. My analysis is telling me to just take it easy, take a little profits off the table, and hedge. All right, so 50 days pretty much a foregone conclusion. If we get down below the 50-day, we can fill this gap, be about 5.5% on the drawdown, this gap here. All right, so that's what I'm planning for in my head. So by planning, I mean I'm hedging. I have SQQQ, I'm looking at TZA. I'm looking at VIX calls. All of these are for short term. Okay, so it looks like TZA is starting to pick up a little here. TZA.
Says Israel's energy needs will be met after Chevron shuts down gas platform.
All right. All right, I bought some TZA for a hedge right here. TZA for a hedge at 34.90. All right, I bought some shares of TZA. I have SQQQ already. All right, so TZA, this is small. I only have a couple hundred shares. I could add more while still looking at some longs. Now, Mikey said it pretty well the other day. A lot of people have a hard time grasping being long and short at the same time. Okay. I do believe it was Mikey that said the other day, many people have a hard time being long and short at the same time. All right, so it's basically a neutral positioning, right? Watching XBI. All right, sorry. Caterpillar pulling back a little bit. All right, waiting until about 10 o'clock is what I'm doing right now. All right, so it's buying the Qs. Freeport McMoran starting to bounce. FCX buyers. Freeport buyers on the dip. All right, let's look at XBI. See those of you looking at biotechs. All right, let's look at the daily. Now remember, XBI would be considered a risk-off asset. If the markets start to move lower, you'll see XBI, a riskier asset class. Biotech's a riskier asset class. You'll see this ETF deteriorate a little bit more. Buying on, at these lows compared to where we were, you're definitely buying at a discount. Let's look at the weekly. All right, so next support level, if we do break down, is down here. All right, let's look at Intel. I've been watching Intel for time. Once it hits the 200-day, looks like that's where it's headed. 7 to 10 days. During that period, if we start to see a reversal, we're still in a markdown phase, characterized by price being below the 921 and 50-day. All right, but we know institutions like to buy on the pullbacks. Inexperienced investors like to sell on the pullback. They like to buy at the highs. For some reason, they can't get their head turned around correctly to buy the dips when you're still in a bullish trend. When we broke below the 9 and 21 day, that was a sign to exit any profits that you had on Intel and look for the next level for institutions to show up. The opposite of what we were seeing over here, all this green, is all red now. So they're marking this down, and they're looking for better opportunities on Intel. Let's see what AMD looks like, and NVIDIA, AMD. All right. So again, SQQQ, TZA, GDX, GLD, SLV, gold, silver. Hedges right now helps to neutralize your exposure, eliminate positions when you have profits, get to more delta neutral is what I'm doing. I can't tell you what to do. Roku, big bounce on the dip. It was down $8 pre-market. Roku.
All right, MED ALV, new highs now. Romeo Michael Echo Delta, $6.20. Shares up about 83% now on RA Medical. XFOR, Export Pharmaceuticals, announcing positive preliminary data from ongoing phase 1B clinical trial for Waldenström's macroglobulinemia.
Roku. Roku dipped $8. It's now up $4, $3.
MGTA, Magenta Therapeutics, announcing positive preliminary results from phase 2 clinical trial in MGTA.
All right, SPY and the Q is starting to move lower now, so those hedges will start to kick into gear. All right. Our TZA, watching TZA here. Schlumberger continues to push higher. Looks like it's going to be a trend day for energy. All right, so maybe buy some energy, one or two positions, depending on how many open positions you have. All these look like they're going to do very well today. Look at the wicks, lack of a wick on the top of the candle. All right, Valero looks really good. Valero.
SRRA, Sierra Oncology, announcing oral presentation at European Hematology Association meeting. That's Sandy Romeo Alpha.
Volume coming in. All right, see the volume here? In the last 2 weeks of April, first week of May, they were buying from 70 up to 80. Do you think they're only in this for $10, Valero? If you do, then maybe sell once it gets up to Monday's high or the upper Keltner band. If you think, like I do, that they're going to continue to push these energy plays higher, Valero Energy, Schlumberger. Schlumberger is taking off right here. Schlumberger, SLB. All right, whenever the energy plays are most active, they tend to stay most active, meaning they're on this list and most likely will jockey for a first place position. Norton LifeLock is on the top of the list for obvious reasons, but the rest of these, 9 of 10 of these positions and the most actives are oil and gas. That's a pretty good bet. Okay, 90% of the most actives are energy. 9 of 10. All right.
ALV, Alpha Lima Victor reinstates quarterly dividend.
All right, 9 of 10. All right, so let's go through some of these. Oxy, Halliburton. Halliburton looks like it's going to get going here. Schlumberger. HAL, Halliburton. Yeah, that looks good. That looks like it's just going to keep going.
XFOR, Export Pharma shares spiking.
Looking for a follow through.
857 and halted on a circuit breaker.
Looking for a follow through.
Press release from the company.
Yeah, I'm live. What's up? What do you need? You just want to say hello? You're smiling. What happened? Okay. Bye. All right. Got a visit from the missus for the coffee. Halliburton still going. All right. I bought some Halliburton. All right. I bought Halliburton calls. We weren't extended when I did it, so I bought the 23 calls in the money.
ESTH Pershing Square timetable.
Let's see. That's the 18th.
Bill Ackman speaking live at Wall Street Journal event. That's PSTH. Papa Sandy Tango Hotel. Shares hitting a high of $23.98. Now at $23.64.
$1.50.
Speaking, presenting or speaking at the Wall Street Journal event.
All right, Halliburton continues. I got some calls at $1.50. The June 23s, they're in the money. So if this continues to break higher, all right, so look at ATR. ATR is 86 cents currently. It's up 50, so that 30 cents, if I'm in the money, I'm going to get 30 to 50 cents on those calls. Most likely. All right, so we're looking for a move through 23.62. The idea here is anyone who bought up here who chased price action on Halliburton on Monday saw price action pull back $1.50 on them, somewhere around there. The bounce here, some people are going to want to break even, some, not all. And once we get through this area of limited supply, really, we should see 24.74 pretty quick, given the strength that we're seeing in the group. All right, so that's Halliburton. Valero, we just talked about, VLO. All right, Valero. There's no wicks on the top of these candles. That's good to see. Schlumberger, also, same predicament. Schlumberger, same predicament as Halliburton. At the top of the range, we had Monday's high, pulled back. Some of these people are going to want to break even. With the markets being iffy right now, they might have got a little bit too exposed, and then the markets dropped on into Tuesday. Watching for a follow through here on these energy plays. All these energy names are in play. I like the odds when we get energy all working together. Yeah, the bears are astonished, right, Captain? It's incredible how much strength that we're showing. All right, 90% or 9 of 10 most actives are energy. I like those odds, especially if I was in Vegas. That's like the house odds, 90%. 90%. I'd put 10% just on the likelihood, bearish possibility. But 90%, I'd put most of my chips on 90% right now. On top of the fact that every single one of these has very little wick on the top as we break out on at 10 o'clock. So what I want to start to see now is the relative volume in these names also
6% stake.
higher. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Norton LifeLock again with 3-1 RVol. Don't chase Norton LifeLock up there. Fubo TV. Didn't they have earnings? Fubo, Fubo. Did they not have earnings? All right. Gap up like Peloton, except that Peloton has been building. All right, a lot of volume down there. That looks like somebody's picking up shares. Hint, hint. Triple D, is that following through today? Triple D. All right, so this is exactly what I wanted to see. Either or. Either we push through the 50-day or we pull back and consolidate. Good earnings. Earnings beat of 15 cents. They were forecasting, or the estimated 2 cents of earnings on Triple D. They actually had 17 cents. And that was pretty good. So any move above 27 now is a green light on Triple D. Gets back above the 50-day and then the 27. That's a green light. Okay, good morning, Jennifer. How's the weather in Vegas? All right, so I bought some Halliburton. I have some Schlumberger. I also have some Peabody Energy, BTU. I have some Cleveland Cliffs. I'm trying to minimize other positions. I have some Merck. Merck, looking for a push above that 78 level where we added yesterday. And I'm push above the 200-day. And I'm going to keep it to a minimum, mostly in energy. I'm going to focus mostly on energy today. All right, for the obvious reasons. Okay. All right, Diamondback. All right, all these look good. All these look good.
IHT halted on a circuit breaker. India Hotel Tango halted $8.58 at the high. IHT. ALV, resuming trade now. Alpha Lima Victor, Autolit.
Okay, so Merck is starting to move here. Merck is starting to get some giddy up in its
Domino shares hitting a record high. DPZ following the
price action right now. Merck is pushing off of the 921-day.
447.50.
All right, more so when a stock is
4%.
trending, like I like when we come back to the 9 and 21-day when RSI is above 50. That's a pretty good strategy to start with, but the slope in the moving average is also very important. So if we look at something like Caterpillar, okay, Caterpillar, you can see the slope is inclined, much greater probability that it follows through. We pulled back to the 9 and 21 day, 9 EMA, 21 day, and 50 day last week, following through. Very large volume by price band support along this level. As we push higher, Caterpillar has less supply at 52-week highs, all-time highs, because no one's traded up there. SPY and the Q is starting to pull back, so TZA is probably working. TZA is probably starting to work as a hedge. GDX is working as a hedge. The idea with hedges right now is that we don't know if the markets are going to move lower, test the 50-day, or not. So I would rather be long in some positions and neutral with hedges overall until we can see a clear direction. Once we start to break higher, then I can unload the hedges and let my long positions go. You know, kind of like when you let go of a balloon, right? So right now I'm hedged with the idea that I want to cushion any I want to blunt any downside move, which just seems highly likely. We're below the 9 and 21 day on the 50-day, on the spiders daily. And yesterday, the Qs, we said that the Qs would most likely get rejected at the 50-day. Guess what? We got rejected at the 50-day. You know who used to always say that? Is Hugh Carwitz. You know who Hugh Carwitz is. He used to always say, anytime you drop below the 50-day, look for a retest and short there. Well, we didn't even get the retest yesterday. We got rejection at the 50-day. That was enough for me to take some longs off. You know, the bounce gave me an opportunity, and to look for more neutral hedging, right? So continue to take more positions off is what I'm doing. I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your financial advisor, but I continue to take more off, less exposure, smaller target on my back, neutralize my positions with hedges. I'm not looking to blow it out today. I'm not looking to make a ton of profits. I'm just looking to get past today so I can get a better idea of what direction we're headed. Right now, it looks like the direction is lower. If you can look at this Q and you come up with a bullish solution, I don't know what to say. Right now, it's more bearish. As the 9 EMA crosses through 21, 21 is starting to accelerate lower. 9 EMA is accelerating faster. Let's look at a rate of change. Let's add a rate of change here. I don't think we really need it, but we'll look at it. Rate of change. Okay. At the bottom, rate of change is clearly bearish. You can't just put this out of your head. You can't stick your head in the sand. This is a rate of change is accelerating in the shorter term, and I don't mean to, hopefully I'm not panicking anyone. My longer term account I'm not really that concerned about because I can trade around it. I can add more hedges. And my short term accounts, I'm reducing the number of open positions and neutralizing with hedges that look like they're going to work, and while still working the energy perspective right now. Okay, so EOG is right there. That had a big pop last week on Friday. ExxonMobil went ex-dividend today. So that had a nice bounce off the 9 EMA. For people who sold into ex-dividend, they're seeing Exxon up $1.60. So they probably sold like whatever they sold at. Took some profits most likely, you know, in anticipation that it could pull back. But in fact, what's happening is Exxon is still trending. RSI is above 50. The trend in the 50-day is bullish. Starting to turn a little bit. Okay, am I yammering too much? Am I talking too much? Or am I making sense? Nah, Jennifer, I was telling people earlier, I drove to Lowe's last night to get the wife some potting, some soil, organic soil, and pots and stuff for planting tomatoes. And when I was driving, but the first 7 minutes I'm driving out of residential areas, past the golf course and all that. The last 3 minutes of the drive, we get on 501, and there's like no less than 5 gas stations no signs of shortage. There was no lines. There was 2 or 3 cars like normal. They all seem to have gas. And yeah, so no panic. So the news is drumming up something to get people to listen. Think about what the news does, you know. I'm pretty much an optimist on all accounts. When it comes to the media, I'm very pessimistic about everything that they say. There's a reason why. They want to sell newspapers, they want to sell ad time, they want to get your eyeballs on the screen. So I'm kind of thinking the opposite of what the media is telling us right now. Now, obviously, we start to see some big lines. That'll mean we'll stay home more. But Colonial Pipeline is supposed to be back online by the end of the week. Now, for some reason, they say that they can't get back up online. That'd be uh, that'd be a problem. However, right now, as investors, we need to pay attention to what the markets are saying, and energy is definitely in play. Okay, only Norton LifeLock, which for those reasons is shooting to the upside. Big move. If you buy up here, if you bought there yesterday, obviously in hindsight, you had a great trade. Is this going to keep going higher like Home Depot did? Home Depot I would think Home Depot is going to come back. Just an inclination right now. If you exited on that shooting star up there, that doji reversal candle, we got a 3 candle reversal. It's not a perfect evening star doji, but it's close enough. You got a big candle, bullish candle. You got a doji above the Friday high, and then a reversal, and then a follow through today. All right, so let's see. Lowe's is probably doing the same thing. Yep, 3 candle reversal. Energy. Focus on energy. That's probably where you're going to make your money. There goes Merck is on the move. Merck's on the move. All right, these are up 6. Just make a note of it. These are up 3, 4, 5, 6%. By the end of the day, if energy does what it does normally, these will be double the percent. Oxy will be probably 12%. I'm just speculating, but in the past we've seen this before. A Domino's Pizza starting to come up. Domino's. All right, selling at the high. All right, look for an opportunity here. Domino's looks pretty good. Merck is going. Merck is going. Merck is going. Nice bullish pattern on Merck. Follow through. Bullish pattern on Merck.
The product is the ReWalk Personal 6.0, ReWalk Personal 5, and ReWalk R systems orthotically fits to lower limbs and part of the upper body.
Could be, yeah.
To enable individuals with
Try it.
spinal injuries at levels T, 7 to
Fire Eye could be a sympathy play. Sympathy play on Norton LifeLock. The other ones too, like Cyber Arc. That one's in a flat base. It hasn't gone anywhere. So be careful with Rob. Be careful with FireEye. Let's take a look at CyberArk, CYBR. CyberArk. That's kind of a dud. What about PANW? Palo Alto Networks. Nah, it's not really. Norton LifeLock's the only one. And that's more credit related. That's really weird. There goes Merck though. Merck is definitely on the move. All right, Merck. If we take out 79.50, Merck is destined for 83, the 80s, the lower 80s. Okay, Merck takes out 80, 79.50. Watch for that. Yeah. All right, energy, folks. If you're going to add a couple of new positions, look at energy. Yeah. Let's see what CyberArk is doing right now. Not CyberArk. Let's see what ARK is doing. ARKK. All right, so we got a gravestone doji inside of pattern, inside of yesterday's action. You know, if ARK pulls this one off again, she's going to be more than just my girlfriend. I want to marry her. All right. So she was buying Tesla big time in 2020 when we had that big markdown in 2020. She was buying Tesla over here too, among other things. She tends to buy the dip and continues to buy the dip into weakness, looking for that bounce. All right, she did that on Facebook very well. She was buying Facebook over here and was selling into that 299 zone. You remember that? Remember that? Then it pulled back, and Facebook is holding up fairly well. Look at the 50-day, how it's arching upward. I don't like, well, I'm not going to say anything bad, but I dislike the CEO, the name who should not be named, whatever, Harry Potter. But, they offer a considerable service to businesses in particular. A lot of people look at Facebook as sharing pictures, but in reality, their growth engine is related to working for creating market funnels, business funnels, getting business to your website, business advertising. Facebook has a lot of income from that, right? So I'm not telling you something you probably don't know already. But Facebook, nice. I would look for a base here at the 50-day. I wouldn't buy it as soon as it gets here. I mean, right now it looks like it could pull back with everything else. Let's look at FANG. I haven't looked at FANG this morning. All right, things are starting to slow down in terms of the descent right now. All right, IGT, pushing higher. Let's look at the weekly. All right, so we could see 27 on this, another 6 points. I don't know that we're going to get there. A lot of stocks will probably get pulled back with All right. If you bought IGT yesterday on the ponytail pump, maybe sell some into strength. Again, start eliminating open positions. Play the odds. The odds right now, IGT, let's see, IGT. The odds are, if we do pull back, still iffy right now what the SPY and the Qs are going to do, and it's 10:30 already. Tick cumulative still pointing lower, so they're telling you that they're selling. All right, underneath, market internals are not bullish; they are more bearish. We're doing it on 1-to-1 up-down volume on the NYSE, 2,700 stocks. Nasdaq, 1.7-to-1 down volume. It's clearly more bearish than bullish. Hedge, reduce positions is what I'm doing. Hedging and reducing positions, getting to neutral. Like a balloon, if you let it go, the same thing. If the markets start to rip higher, I'll let go of the hedges. Like a balloon, just let it fly. Fly, Robin, fly. Up into the sky. All right, Cleveland Cliffs is just off 30 cents. We know that Farmer Jim will keep buying that. Calon Petroleum, nice bounce on Calon.
Comfortable putting meaningful amount of assets in crypto.
Pitney Bowes on the move. PBI. All right, so Anton's talking about BSY. Bentley Systems. They're software? Are they software or what? I assume. BSY. Develop software used to design and build large-scale infrastructure projects.
427,000.
Oh, yeah, Bentley Systems. All right, so, um, big projects, contractors have so many tasks and so many critical workflow tasks that have to happen. Software enables a better and a more efficient project completion on time and under budget. Many times, most large contractors use software-based systems. Bentley's in that. If we think that the global economic recovery is going to continue, all the signs are there. We're just looking at a short-term pullback, folks. So that's all I'm thinking about right now is to stay delta neutral and with hedges, fewer positions. I know I keep repeating myself, but if you're not listening or just tuned in, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Krishna. Appreciate that. You talk too much, you worry me to death. You talk too much, you even worry my pet. I won't sing the rest of it. Great song. Great song. All right, so if you think that we're going to bounce and get back above the 9 and 21 day, the odds are against you. More likely, we're going to test that 50 day on the SPY. I just can't get over it right now. I mean, as we were trading up here, I'm thinking to myself, there's no way we just can't seem to get through this level. And then, we had a reprieve. Monday, we popped up, and then we reversed from that Friday run up. So we were all happy and gleeful, and I'm being sarcastic, happy and gleeful on Friday. And then Monday, we got that big red candle. We didn't get 3 black crows, but we got something close. We got rejection at the 21 day yesterday on the bounce. We're in the lower part of that wick today, and we're looking like we're going to start moving lower right now. All right, so looks like we're going to keep going. Let's see, where's the 405? 405, can I buy some puts? What do the puts cost right now? Should have bought them earlier, SPY. I have hedges, so I'll just stay with the hedges for now. Puts for Friday. What about today? 407s? Can we get the 407? All right, let me maybe go out to Friday. Yeah, it looks like people are planning on that. Yeah, that's some decent premium on these. All right, we're breaking down. Going to start moving lower now. Looks like SPY puts, not a bad idea for Friday or for today. All right, we're losing this level, folks. We're losing this level. SPY puts are in play. Don't be afraid. It's a hedge. You limit your risk. All right, quantifiable, limited risk. A breakdown below this level. We were just inside of this range. This is 60 minute. We're just inside of this range. We've got 1 hour underneath our belt. We've been trading around 411. We can't get back above it. Qs are also breaking down. Looks like a pretty safe bet for puts, at least down to this little shelf around here, 407. All right. Let's see. SPY 60. IWM holding up the best. IWM holding up the best.
Madrid Capital, Hedgeye today mentioned they were adding tops to their long bias list, MUDS.
All right, a little bounce there. A little bounce.
Shares of Madrid Capital at 1456 now.
All right, let me just adjust this a little bit. We're down there near, so any pullback's probably going to be short term for now.
Bias list.
But we could accelerate very quickly down to the 50-day.
Tops Major League Baseball NFT sales up 193% in the past 24 hours, MUDS.
We could stay down here for a little while. All right, so let's watch how that plays out. All right, pull that there. All right, bouncing now. IWM bouncing. All right, so they're going to chop people up. The odds are, though, I got to say, the odds look like for downside. Now that we've lost, we're down 3 or more than 3% from the highs. All right, that gap down there, if we fill the gap, it's got to be about 5.5%. All right, there's that gap right there, 5.25. That's not too bad. $100,000 account. Can you sustain a 5% without a hedge? Can you sustain a 5% hit to your IRA 401k short term? Looking for a bounce into the seasonally stronger months of the year, especially for tech. July is the seasonally strongest month of the year. All right, so this pullback is going to be an opportunity. You just have to be in cash and hedge your position so that you can be ready to trade. Valero continues. Valero. All right, the energy plays are pretty solid. Pretty solid bet today. Valero. Look at that candle. Beautiful. Most of these candles, look at the top of the candle. There is no wick. There's no wick. Schlumberger, very little wick. PSX, Phillips 66, Devon, very little selling at the highs. They're buying from the low, the open, until the highs of the candle. Continue to go. All right, so you got a good play going on here, with the exception of Norton LifeLock. All of these are energy. Look at FANG, Diamondback. That's going to blow up. That's going to go. Break out of this flat base. All right, so many people like William O'Neill look for the breakout. This is a Darvas box as well. A lot of different ways to look at this trade. The main thing I see is Diamondback trended, gains from last year into March. All right, it was trending, then consolidating. What happens after consolidation? Starts trending again. Which direction? I don't know. A breakout would certainly give us reason to think that we're going to start trending bullish. What's the backdrop? The backdrop is energy's in play, so look for the breakout. If they're all saying the same thing, maybe consider, the ETF, energy, or USO, crude oil, or you can look at gasoline. I don't know if you can trade gasoline on your platforms. You might have a Bloomberg terminal. All right. Gasoline. Where's my gasoline? Gaso. All right. Gasoline. Trending, but not really breaking crazy higher. It's buying the cues. Look like they're going to drop off here. IWM starting to weaken as well. All right, so that's moving lower. Puts, definitely. All right, I'm looking for a bounce entry on puts. I'd like to buy some puts as well on SPY, but I want to wait for a bounce for an entry. If we get one, it looks like bear flags for now. All right, so RSI continues to fade. We could barely get above 50 yesterday here. Okay, now we're starting to fade. I would look the most recent bounce around 10.15 that got rejected. That was a better entry. This is a little bit more risky, but we're taking out 410, so the likelihood of a quick swoosh sure seems more probable with that 50-day sitting down there. Don't be scared. What is VIX doing right now? VIX. Where is VIX trading? VIX is trading 24. All right, so the front month is certainly blasting higher, but in the next couple of days, if this keeps up, we'll be there near the 50-day, if not sooner. The front month to the 3-month VXV is most likely going to be in the green zone, meaning we should start to look for volatility to start decreasing. All right, so the opposite of what's happening right now should show up on our radar soon. As we start to accelerate towards the green zone. All right, the last time we had this kind of pullback, a prelude to this weakness, we told you in the weekend video, when you dip the green line here, when you dip into the red zone like we were as we started Monday trading, that tells you to look for a little pullback. So we knew that we were probably going to see a little weakness, so we started taking profits off into strength. As this started to drop more last week, it doesn't mean the end. More than likely, we're going to see a reversal in the short term. If we can get up here quickly, if VIX can spike to 30, the front month will make this line drive into the green zone. That'll be, you can see the dashed blue lines. When we hit the spikes here, that's when we start to see a reversal. And most likely going to see it at the 50-day right there. All right, so, all right. So energy's in play. So good. Let's see what the sectors look like. Sectors, Everything is bearish except for energy, USO, pharmaceuticals, and financials. Financials, what's Bank of America? I wanted to buy some Bank of America. I didn't do it yesterday. I don't know why, but I was thinking about it. JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs. All right, all of those are hanging above the 9 EMA. They're trending. Look at the nice bullish trend in the 50-day RSI up here. All right, SPY still drifting low. Let's go back to SPY and stay glued to the 5-minute for now. Weakness, let me separate the volume here. All right, so we're drifting, but we're not like selling off. We're not selling off. Watch the SPY. Valero. If you're day trading some of these, maybe you take some off into strength.
EFE, Pfizer, to use drones to deliver COVID-19 vaccines. That from Bloomberg. EFE.
All right. I tend to talk a lot when the markets are not trending. In this case, they're trending lower. Too much risk, folks. Too much risk for a test of the 50-day to be balls to the wall bullish, in my estimation right now. For me, I can't speak for you. I don't know how you're positioned or what your circumstances are. Basically, I just want to make it through this week. I want to see a test of the 50-day. That would create a lot more opportunities from my analysis. I'd want to see this 50-day tested. This is almost a given now. If you're an institution or a dealer or market maker and you're looking at this, you're going, we're going to test the 50-day. The opposite of the mindset is that dealers and market makers are more gamma negative on the Qs than they are on the SPY, but the SPY is quickly getting gamma negative if it isn't already. What's the gamma flip point? Let me just check real quick. Gamma flip point. Gamma flip point.
Israeli army says soldier killed in missile attack. That from the AP.
All right, the gamma flip point for volatility trigger is 4170. We're below the volatility trigger, obviously, on ES. We're 4100. If we lose 4100, we could see a quick move to 4000. Okay. Uh, 4000. QLD. QLD. QLD.
GBR, New Concept Energy, Golf Bravo Romeo shares popping to the highs.
I wouldn't be long QLD.
CSPR, Charlie Sandy Papa Romeo. Casper Sleep shares at 10:09 now, up about 9.5% today. CSPR.
All right. Q's downdraft is definitely kicking in. The downdraft is definitely kicking in now.
AAPL, Apple heavy activity now in Apple calls, AAPL,
Apple.
May 28, $130 call sweeps in Apple, AAPL.
We're not quite there. The 200 day is right here. If we got to the 200 day, I would definitely be interested in QLD. QQQ, same thing. 307 seems like the next level. We got this big volume by price band along this level, around 312 to 315. $315 seems doable. Most of the FANG stocks all say the same thing. All right. Sure looks like we're going to see the 50 day. Peabody Energy continues higher. Comstock higher. CRK, Comstock. TZA up $1.25. TZA, ExxonMobil up $1.58. ExxonMobil looks good. Exxon, I believe Anton, I don't believe, I know Anton's in this. ExxonMobil holding the 9 EMA, following through. It's more like a Titanic. It moves slow, but it does pay a good dividend. I think 5.72 is what Anton had mentioned. Let's see, Devon Energy. All these energy names look good. Valero, VLO. Valero could see an expansion day here. Watch for the evidence. $2.65. It's up $4. I would take some low profits into strength if you're day trading and you just want to be in and out the markets and make some cash. Merck looks like it wants to go again. Merck, MRK. One of the few sectors that are green, pharmaceuticals, energy, crude oil, USO. All right, Schlumberger. Halliburton. Do you see Hertz, Cayman? Cool. Cool. I figured as much. All right, so Hertz, HTZ, GQ. I'm laughing because I have a friend who bought a crap ton of this, and he's like, trash talking me right now. I think he bought 10,000 shares at 2, so he's pretty happy. Yeah, judge needs to approve.
REKR, recourse systems, heavy call activity in recourse systems. REKR.
All right, another low tick. All right, just watching the weakness in the markets here.
BA, Boeing, FAA, Dixon says he has absolute confidence in the safety of the Boeing 737 MAX that at a House hearing. That's BA, Boeing. Shares of Boeing ticking slightly higher now, BA.
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave that up on the screen.
FAA
SPY continues to move lower. So if you bought those puts on the weakness,
better or as well as any other plane right now.
ride the train until it gets to the 50-day. Looks like 405 is possible. Got that gap down there. Be more than 5.25%. 5.25%. All right, so we're more than 3% lower now. All right, we're down here, now down here, below 50. RSI is below 50. Come on. All right, so now we're down here. I got a major level down here. And here. Same level. All right, so volume by price really picks up right there. Support, gap. All right, MACD's turned. All right, stochastic's going to get oversold pretty soon. All right, SPY daily, clearly telling us to stick with the bearish trade for now. We could bounce anytime, obviously.
AUTL, Autolus Therapeutics, up 26% now at the high $6.28. Alpha Uniform Tango Lima company announcing today that it's presenting new data on Auto 1.
All right, so 5.3.
Lymphomas at Hematology Congress, that's AUTL.
All right, let's see what the Renko looks like. Renko is still in a bullish trend. We're still in a bullish trend. All right, we got our first red brick. Okay, so first red brick, caution. Second red brick, more defensive. First red brick, caution and defensive. Second red brick, more defensive and more outright bearish if we lose the 50-day. We're doing okay. So I'm thinking nothing's really changed in the overall longer term picture. All right. SPY.
PFE Pfizer, Mexico's foreign minister says Pfizer to seek authorization from health regulator in Mexico for COVID-19 vaccine use for minors 12 to 15 years old. That's in Mexico for Pfizer, PFE.
All right.
Yes, Curious reports updated data and two abstracts for CA 4948 accepted for presentation at EHA Congress. That's Charlie Romeo India Sandy.
All right, we're seeing Netflix starting to turn. Netflix starting to turn.
CRSP and VRTX, Vertex, and CRISPR
Fang.
new clinical data on investigation.
All right, looking like we could bounce here.
Gene editing therapy CTX001 for severe hemoglobinopathies at European Hematology Association.
Sure looks like we're gonna.
Romeo Sandy Papa Victor Romeo Tango.
I'm looking for a bear flag here. Nothing more. A bear flag. Spy in the queues, seeing some shorts covering. Apple trying to turn. All right, NASDAQ 100, 90% red. All right, most of them are biotech related. All right, 90% of the NASDAQ 100, that would be 90 stocks, are red. The only stocks that are green right now, Gilead, Biogen, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, Cerna, Amgen, Regeneron, Alexion, Insight. That's really weird. You would think that would be red too. Biotechs, let's go take a look at biotechs. LABU, biotechs, XBI. All right, they're starting to hold up. I got major resistance overhead around 70. Still in a markdown phase, but does look good. Does look good. All right, while we're watching SPY, as we're watching SPY, bear flags, anticipating bear flags. And now that we've shown weakness, I just would like to get it over with. That probably won't happen. They'll probably chop up people that are short right now too, that maybe just got short at the lows. Look for a bounce back to VWAP that gets rejected for confirmation on staying short. All right, no one's looking at crypto right now, at least not that I see. Coinbase popped from 250 up to 300. Coinbase. All right, Freeport McMoran, FCX, energy, materials, all of those should do well. 1 day is not going to make a trend. 1 week is not going to make a trend. These are all trending. Little pullbacks are an opportunity. ExxonMobil up $1.42, just off the highs of the session. Was up almost $2. All right, Peabody Energy continues higher. Freeport. All right, just watching SPY. SPY on the screen, just watching. All right, what does Intel look like? Are you thinking about Intel? I'm thinking about Intel. We're right near the 200-day moving average. Intel is right near the 200-day. Let's take a look at Intel real quick. SMH first. SMH. Looking for a little bounce.
Shares of Vislink just off the highs now at 226.
Amgen.
GISL shares up 2%.
Amgen, most actives.
GISL
Amgen looks really good.
Sandy Lima.
All right, Amgen. Nice look on Amgen. Biotechs are the only ones that are green today. Biotechs, the only green stocks on the NASDAQ 100. Got a nice bounce there on Amgen. Can we see a shoot to the highs? Biogen also on the list. Biogen trending. Biogen also looks good. Let's see what else is doing well. Insight, INCY, that's the top of the list. Insight, big reversal. Insight. Regeneron, REGN, Regeneron. Regeneron looks good. Alexion, ALXN, Alexion, ALXN. A bit extended there on Alexion. SGen, CGen. Gilead, Gilead, excuse me. Gotta clear my throat. Sinuses are killing me. SGen looks good. Gilead, Gild, Gilead. Gilead, Gild. Yeah, I agree. David. David. Valero, I would sell some into strength. It's almost twice its ATR. Roku holding up fairly well, all things considered. Roku was down 8 this morning. It's up 3 presently. Hertz still going. Hertz is still going.
J&J, CDC says has confirmed 28 cases of thrombosis with thrombocytopenia syndrome after J&J COVID vaccine. That in a presentation from the CDC, that's
Gilead. All right, watching for a bear flag here on the SPY. SPY, looking for bear flag. Qs. All right, we're below below VWAP. So when we're below VWAP, like over here, we're looking for price action to continue. Unless we get above VWAP and start to rally on big bullish candles, the assumption is that we're going to test the 50-day.
Cases of TTS after J&J COVID-19 vaccine were in women, 6 cases in men.
All right.
CRIS Curus now spiking to the highs now following that report from the company. Big spike in Curis, C-R-I-S.
Freeport McMoran trying to get some kind of follow through. Just flat here at VWAP.
Presentation. Shares hold. Shares hitting a high of 1407. Shares resuming after the initial circuit breaker halt.
Watching SPY. Let's look at Merck. Let's look at Merck. MRK. Merck. Higher highs, higher lows. VWAP is ascending. Cleveland Cliffs. Looks like some buyers on Cleveland Cliffs. CLF. Start to move higher. Watching Cleveland Cliff. All right, looking for that to continue its trend higher. Cleveland Cliff. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break here. Let me see, what do I want to watch here? The SPY. Kind of boring. What's Boeing doing? Trying to bounce. All right, let's keep an eye on Halliburton. Let's keep an eye on these energy plays. Still working quite well. Halliburton. Watch Halliburton here. Halliburton. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back, folks.
CRIS. Curis shares hitting 1547 now, up 56% at the high. Charlie Romeo India Sandy. RIGL, Romeo India Golf Lima, getting a pop here. Traders mentioning Regal Pharmaceuticals as a sympathy play on CRIS. RIGL now up about 10% at the high. Romeo India Golf Lima. CRIS, more new highs now, up 64%. CRIS. CDC on their presentation said no confirmed cases of TTS in Pfizer or Moderna vaccines.
All right, so it looks like that was a good time to go make something to eat. The markets are just consolidating. It looks like a bear flag on SPY. SPY looks like a bear flag. If you have difficulty trading, on the short side, you only have the mindset to go long. Okay, what you could do, this is a little thing you could do. All right, let's look at SPY. All right, let's say you have a difficult time doing this, trading lower. Just put a minus sign in front of SPY, and it turns into a bullish chart. All right, so you would be buying the dip, selling the rip. All right, so all I did was put a minus sign in front of my symbol. All right, and that flips the chart. So this becomes a little easier for a short to a bullish trader that's only used to trading bullish to trade short. You look for the same things. You'd look for bounces at VWAP and for a push higher. If you're comfortable doing a short, that's okay. You don't need that. All you need to know is that we're below VWAP and get rejected at VWAP in a bearish trend right now. And we have an overriding concern with the 50-day down below. Most likely going to test that the way we are trading. There is a possibility we could reverse too. So bears have to be quick and nimble, and hedges are in place. So that looks good. All right. All right, so even during this, I'm not going to say what I was going to say. I'm just looking at something. I just got to keep that to myself. I don't want to depress anybody. But the kids, I'll just say this, the kids' accounts. In the last few weeks, several of their positions have doubled. And those have been taken off into strength, and they got hedges, so they look really good. So I'll just say that. Several of the positions that I took for the kids doubled in value over the last month. And that's what with shares only. And I'm hedging their portfolios too, even though they're mostly long. I don't change their positions very much. I'm looking at this Biden and GOP leaders meeting with the masks on. It just looks funny as hell. South Carolina, I believe the governor has just removed the mask mandate for children in schools. Or watch Halliburton here. Halliburton. Seeing a little bit of weakness coming in, or ABCD patterns most likely. Energy is still looking very good. Remember, Oxy was up 6%. It's up now 7%. Diamondback looks good. Valero backing off a little bit from its high. Apache, same thing. Starting to see little wicks at the highs. Holly Frontier, not so much. We got 30 minutes to go for lunch. All right, so most of these are showing the same thing. Now, what happens? What happens during the trading day? A lot of people aren't even aware of it, but we see this quite often. All right, we see so-called ABCD patterns. All right, so follow the train of thought here. If you're a new trader, new to the trading room, what we see is the morning session where you get the most activity. That's your highest probability of success if you're a day trader, is trading that first leg higher. Let me turn this banner off. That first leg is when we look for these ABCD patterns, right? So the first four candles delineated here, obviously it can be a lot more, But those first 4 candles are that first leg. That's the A pivot. We're looking like an A pivot right now. Doesn't mean it's over with. By contrast, what we're looking for is a pullback to VWAP. All right, so B right there. I don't know if you can see that, but VWAP is on there. Really should change the color so it's a little easier to read. So the B pivot in this case would be a pullback to the 240E. That's referencing the 240E, the dotted gold line. That's the 240E. That's the 20 EMA, 21 for me, the 20 EMA on the 60-minute chart. So if we pull back to that level, I'm looking for a B pivot. That usually happens as traders exit going into lunch. They come back after lunch. They look for a bullish trade. They look for the stock to continue to move higher, like Oxy. Look for it to continue higher. This is a bullish, ABCD pattern is bullish. So I doubt seriously that we're going to see this be sold all the way back to the opening. So we're looking for our ABCD pattern to follow through and close higher in the upper half of the daily range. So this opportunity right now on these energy shares are look for the A pivot. Is this the A pivot yet? If we start to see more bearish candles, that'll clue us into the fact that traders are taking profits into lunch, come back after lunch. B and C usually happens after 12, between 12 and 2 o'clock, B and C pivots. The Midwest traders come in, Chicago traders come in, B and C form. We got to stop at B. A stop would be below VWAP if we come back to VWAP right now and bounce. These still look very good. Most likely will be higher by the end of the day. All right. All right, some of these are pulling back right now. Roku's up $5 now. Roku is up $5. It was down $8 this morning. Roku.
PXS, Pixis Tanker is getting a spike in volume here. Proper X-ray Sandy, PXS.
All right, penny stocks. Charlie's good with penny stocks. I'm not into penny stocks, but Charlie's mentioning a spike in. I don't know why he watches all these penny stocks from Benzinga. But let's go take a look at the maritime bulk shippers. We know that economies are opening up. We know that global economic activity is more synchronized now. We know it's more synchronized now. So let's see what the shippers look like, maritime shippers. All right, Starbulk is one that we've traded recently, SBLK. All right, that's pulling in a little bit. Back to the 90 MA, but trending. Ship Finance, trending. Cheap stock. It only moves about 27 cents a day. It's up 32. Ship Finance. Textainer. Ship Finance. KEX. Kirby Corp. Diamond Shipping. All right, these just pulling back right now. Okay, so we'll watch those later. Pharmaceuticals are the ones that are doing well today. Pharmaceuticals, very nice look to these. Flexion, bouncing. Valiant, KPTI. That guy that went to prison, he was the one that was goosing KPTI back in the day. Jazz Pharmaceuticals breaking out. Jazz breaking out. JAZZ breaking out. Ironwood, $11 position there. All right. All right, so this is still populated by the FANG stocks, the energy stocks, NASDAQ. All right, let's look at the percent down. And the most actives, Apple down 2.3%, AMD, Array, Q's down 2%, OCGN, Eyes up 36%. All right, looks like a bear flag. All right.
Senior Hamas official says it is ready to halt actions against Israel on mutual basis. That from Reuters now. accept price at $5. That's India Papa Whiskey hitting a high of $6. IPW. Just 3.4 million shares in IPO for IPW.
All right, I'm still here. I was eating a little late breakfast. I didn't want to chomp in your ear and be rude. All right, SPY looks like it's holding this level for now.
WRAP, Whiskey Romeo Alpha Papa, RAP. Shares popping to the highs now on some volume coming in. WRAP, RAP Technologies.
All right, DLA. Sure looks like we're headed for the 50-day. Do we lose this here? Do we lose this here and move lower? Watching futures. Tick cumulative is showing that they're still buying. Still selling, rather. Our RSI is below 50. The 50-day is right there now. Let's just get it over with like we did over here. Big red day. Big red day. Get it done. Get it over with. A test of the 50-day that is confirmed as bullish. We'll see the tick cumulative turning up if that is the case. Excuse me. Oh, let's see. Dow Industrials.
DGLY, Digital Ally, also getting a pop here.
DGLY.
Delta Golf Lima Yankee along with RAP. WRAP.
Behind the cues, trying to hold this level. Behind the cues, trying to hold this level. CVX. Merck having a good day. Needs to get back above the 200-day. We sold into the 79.18 zone, that wick right there. That was some of us selling as well. Bought back on the dip yesterday, average about 78, right around 78 with the add today. Merck looking good for a follow through. All right, Merck was looking good right here. Roku, yeah, Roku. I see what you're looking at there, Sean. Roku is higher. It was +4 a few minutes ago. Was down 8 after a 12-point move yesterday.
To improve survival in cancer and blood disorders, that's Bravo Michael Yankee, BMY.
All right, Merck. The SPY is trying to bounce right now. SPY. Futures. Tick cumulative still dropping. Tick is still dropping. Tick cumulative is still red. That's telling us that they're selling into strength. Anything that bounces, they're selling. The sectors that are not performing. The sectors that are performing continue to perform.
PXS, Pikes and Tankers continuing to pop here on heavy volume, 89 cents now, up about 10% PXS.
All right. Merck on the move. Merck on the move. Yeah, it's pretty interesting when you think about it that the Colonial Pipeline just happens to happen at this moment in time when a infrastructure bill is trying to be and a security bill is trying to be passed through the Senate, an operation that's been in existence for over 50 years. Has anybody asked the question of what part of that the computer runs? A computer runs? You know, their manual and many cases, right? Manual valves that'd be closed, closing, check valves, etc. Yeah, I agree with you, Lee Star. I agree. It seems kind of weird how that happened. And the federal government just comes in to save the day. Better be quiet. I better watch what I say. Merck trying to get above 79. Gets above 79, Merck. Like to see it above 79. All right. Love to see it above 79.50 for a shot at 80, the lower 80s to mid 80s. Oh boy. All right, we're approaching the noon hour. Noon hour. All right, SPY looks like it's going to get rejected again. So whenever you start with SPY in a negative or a bearish bias for the day, keep an eye on VWAP.
IPW, iPower, halted on a circuit breaker.
All right, we're below VWAP. We'll probably stay below VWAP unless some sudden change comes over the market and we see a big move back above VWAP. The trend is down for today. Even if it just drips lower and, chops people up. But that 50-day is on our radar. 50 days down there. I can't say that I'd love to see a move back to the 50-day, but a move to the 50-day would certainly set up a better opportunity for us, because then we would have that checked off of our list, and then we would start to look for buyers. If we got buyers down there at the 50-day, we would see it. We'd also see a change in gamma options positioning, which we can see, we can identify, we can reference. Okay. Traders should be able to have, or should have, a system of reference points that you can confirm. All right, so we got a low tick alert that you can confirm whether bullish or bearish, because realistically, any day when we come in, we've got a 50-50 shot the market's going to do what we think it's going to do, or the stock's going to do. It's either going to go up or go down from entry. So we have to stack an edge in our favor. The edge right now is VWAP is sloping lower, so bounces to VWAP should contain price action. The 50-day is right down there. So sticking our head in the sand and pretending that it's not moving lower without some hedges is a losing strategy, usually. I'm hedged with TZA, Tango Zulu Alpha, and SQQQ, short the Qs. As FANG stocks and Microsoft and Tesla and others continue to move lower. We're below 600 on Tesla. We know that ARK is at that 100 billion mark. They're targeting that 100 billion mark. Be interested to see what Kathy's doing today. More low ticks. All right, so it looks like everybody's on the same page.
ETWO, E to open, October $15 call sweep, currently at $10.49. That's Echo Tango Whiskey ETWO.
Excuse me. All right. All right, can we get a whoosh?
Michael Bravo India Oscar, $10 price target at Cantor Says MB 106 EHA abstract data looks promising with higher ORR-CR than ASH. That's Michael Bravo India Oscar.
All right, SPY moving lower.
Don't buy, don't buy. Don't buy, don't buy.
All right.
IPW resuming and then halted again. India Papa Whiskey. IPW.
All right, SPY continues to move lower.
99 on IPW.
All right, just watching markets continue to move a bit lower. Okay, SPY still moving lower. Dive. All right, so looking for that 405 level. Looking for 405 potentially. SQQQ still going. Puts working. All right, so that looks good. All right, so let me see what my daughter's account looks like. Let me just monitor this real quick.
GLBE, Global E-Line shares opening at 24.25, priced at $25. That's Golf Lima Bravo Echo, GLBE.
SPY still moving lower. All right, we'll continue to mush lower. Stick with your hedges. I'm sticking with the hedges for now. Roku just dropped on that recent drop. Last 15 minutes, Roku just pulled back. Trying to stay green on the day. Merck is trying to continue higher. Merck. Freeport's off $1.55, following the markets. All right, more low ticks, more low ticks.
DPZ, Baird says maintaining outperform rating, increasing price target to $485. Says news that Bill Ackman's fund has taken a stake in Domino's seems likely to support more positive sentiment on DPZ shares in the near term. We're not clear if Ackman would eventually take an activist role in this situation. We do believe his presence as a sizable shareholder helps to enhance the risk-reward equation on the stock. That's DPZ, Delta Papa Zulu. Ackman earlier announcing that stake in a Wall Street Journal interview. Shares hitting a high of 447.50, now at 426.51, up about 1%. DPZ.
RA Medical Systems, ResMed. Let's see what that one's doing. I'm watching SPY and the Qs continue to trend lower. I gotta believe we're gonna come down and test the 50-day. We're so close. We're so close. 50-day is just a foregone conclusion now. Just a matter of when we get there. If you're sitting on all long positions and you're scared and you can't seem to react, look for any bounces to consider maybe hedges like TZA. All right, more bullish TZA. It's up at 5%. TZA. ATR about 2 usually, so it's getting close to ATR. The last 2 trading days about the same, about $2, $2.20, and during the range. We're at the highs of the range for TZA right now. SQQQ also working. SQQQ clearing the 50-day. If this was a stock that you were trading, you'd be looking for this to follow through. Then look for resistance at this volume by price band around 14 to 14.15, blah, blah, blah. 14.50 to 15. Look for resistance there. Is bullish though. SQQQ. SPY is bearish. And most likely will test the 50-day at some point. We could get the most people wrong if we bounced soon. We're at S2 right now. Nothing indicates that we're going to bounce feverishly. Who would be buying right now? We have very few blocks trading. Tick cumulative is still pointing lower. Tick cumulative is still pointing lower. So when it is bearish, the fast signal is below the signal line, and both are bearish and descending. And we are seeing almost 3 to 1 down volume. The volume is picking up as we move lower. not subsiding, which we'd be looking for on a bounce. We'd look for the volume to start picking up and the down volume to start to reverse. We're not seeing that. Tick cumulative is yet to turn. Watching the short time frames, the 5 minute. So I have a better look on any kind of change in direction short term. Right now the trend is down. All right, so all I've been doing is taking profits off into strength for the last few weeks, anticipating that we could see it because we couldn't break out. It seemed like we couldn't keep going. And we were starting to get into the period where we would see seasonality pick up on a bearish note. Seasonality, we were looking at the second half of May performing less than what we saw in April. Let's look at SPY. All right, we see this big spike in April and then a big drop back into May. So May tends to be only about 0.30%, 0.30% loss for the month, 0.30% on the loss for the month. So that would mean we would probably need to bounce some point during the month to continue that stat over the last 5 years. The Qs, believe it or not, month of May, June, and July, we see 2%, 2%, and 4.5% statistically speaking. So look at the NASDAQ from a different perspective. This being the pullback is being an area where you can buy. So we pull back and then we start to strengthen into the month of July. You see that? So here's the high that we have experienced the first full month of April, the first 6 weeks of the quarter. What I'm talking about is this stat right here. All right, that stat. All right, the first 6 weeks, April 1st to May 15th, about 14.48% as the analysts front run, or they go out and meet the companies so they know ahead of time what the performance will look like. And then the second half, May 16th through the June 30th, we see less performance guaranteed. And even that's not guaranteed. I shouldn't say the word guaranteed, but we can see seasonality picks up for the Qs on the pullback, which we are seeing right now. So this is actually a good thing, actually. This is a, for those of you in cash, this pullback is going to get bought. We just have to wait and see. We'll find out when the buyers step up when we see activity like this right in here. It's a little bit cloudy in there. You know, you got a hammer, then you got a big red day the next day, then a bullish day. Finally start, you can see this took several weeks for this to start the trend again. So that could be the same thing here. We're below the 50-day, 200-day is right there. If we came back to the 200-day going into June, July, wow, that would be a great setup. All right. Yeah, the schools here, I believe the governor, if he hasn't already, my wife was telling me that they're going to remove the mask mandate for kids in schools. These kids, man, if you have children, they have to be going through so much mentally. You got to talk to your kids. I take my son out and my daughter as much as I can, spend time with them, let them know I got their back, you know. Playing basketball with my son every day. You know, he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to get off his PS4 or his gaming workstation. He doesn't want to get off in the evenings, but I drag him out. We play basketball. As soon as we get out there, I start betting him money he can't make shots, and he starts getting smiles on his face, and he completely forgets about it. But this period, I can't even imagine being a kid. When I was a kid, we had none of this crap to deal with, you know. All right, who is that calling? All right. Looking for continuation of this trend. The trend is down today. Qs look bearish. You don't want to try to, I mean, trite saying, but you don't want to catch a knife here. As the wick, we sold the highs and we're at the lows of this candle. Continue to push lower. You might be thinking to yourself, I'm going to buy here. I know it's going to bounce. I know it's going to bounce. Well, Tick Cumulative says otherwise, and that's not an opinion. Tick Cumulative is showing me what institutions are actually doing on a 5-minute, 60-minute. Let me see what the 60 looks like.
WWW shares seeing a spike in volume. Whiskey hitting a high of 39.01.
60-minute looks awful right now, which it would. The 4-hour Tick Cumulative. All right, a lower high and about to produce, it's already, fast signal's already produced a lower low. So we could see more of this down to the 50-day. Once we get to the 50-day, we could reevaluate things on the spiders and the NYSE. All right, so we know what that looks like. Tick is not giving us a buy signal. Tick is not giving us a buy signal.
Charlie Romeo India Sandy Cantor note says we view the EHA abstract update this morning on AML as highly encouraging, with more patience, 9 versus 6 originally, and longer follow-up. That's from Cantor on CRIS, Charlie Romeo India Sandy.
I wonder what Kathy's thinking right now. She's probably thinking eventually this is going to bounce. I like her style, but sometimes I wonder, why is she buying here when we continue to push lower? Like, let's look at CDNA. CDNA was on the list yesterday. It's lower today. Starting to see a bounce at the 200-day. Maybe today is an interesting level to hold. You got a triple bottom on CDNA.
That's J&J and AZN.
Low ticker at -800.
Apple, extreme low tick. All right, so it's, sorry, I mean to go here, and I need to tune in to these guys and see what, is Wapner on today? He's so freaking annoying. I can't take that guy. He's the life of the party. When you have a party, he's the one that everybody runs away from. Mr. End of Days. Oh, okay. All right, so Apple's right on the 200-day. Triple bottom setting up. Triple bottom setting up on Apple. All right, just glanced at my P&L there for the day. P&L is up and green on the day. So I'm doing something right with the hedges.
Some sort of issue. So, look, I mean, the Dow's down 456. So, maybe today, yeah, go ahead.
Today it does. You're correct. And I think a lot of that is the expectation that there'll be margin calls this afternoon.
Yep.
And that the selling pressure is going to accelerate. You're even seeing energy, which is pulling back right now. So that I agree with. I think that's temporary in its nature. I think over the next couple of days, that's something where you could see broad-based selling. But I think looking and pulling the lens back a little bit here over the course of the coming months.
Take more things off the table. Not a bad idea. Take more positions off the table.
Here's the worst case scenario, right, Steve Weiss? If you have, everybody's feeling so good chemical stocks start to sell off, and then you look at the biggest stock in the market, which is Apple, and it has no traction
TZA
whatsoever.
ripping higher.
It hadn't been doing anything, and now it's actually declining. Until that reverses itself, you got a problem.
TZA is ripping.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm not selling all the industrials. I'm just looking to lower my exposure.
Yeah, see? Steve, everybody's saying the same thing.
By a large margin. So I still think it's there. I'm just betting it's a stock picker's market, so I can pick stocks better than the ETF can at this point. So look, what we're seeing is, as I said in my earlier comments, is a re-rating of the market. That's what's driven the market is multiple expansion over a few years. Sure, we had great growth, but it's largely been multiple expansion. And that just doesn't continue forever, and it definitely doesn't continue in a rising rate environment. Whether you're in so-called value, which as Jason pointed out, been going on for a while,
Yeah.
or whether you're in growth. But I can't buy, and I'm not short Kathy Woods. Kathy's brilliant, but she's put together a basket of stocks that I think is still very vulnerable at between 50 and 100 times revenue.
VIX is going.
Higher. They're going lower.
All right, so VIX is exploding higher.
Point was multiple expansion and not paying attention to earnings because we knew we were
VIX is going. All right, so we're getting to that level where we start to see a potential pullback.
and we knew that it was going to get better.
All right, VIX, VXV.
Earnings have been fabulous. So why aren't we giving earnings the credit that they deserve? The market had already anticipated all of that.
They have, and I agree with you. And I own stocks, Corvo and Skyworks, where they come back.
All right, we're about to get to the green zone, folks. So the front month is vastly
They should be higher, but
showing vastly more volatility and more,
the market's
I hate to use the word fear, but there's a lot of fear in the market. So volatility is expanding on the front month versus the 3 month.
and own some puts on. I mean,
Front month versus the 3 month. The colon is a ratio between the two. As this is rising, it's telling you the front month is getting all the acceleration. The 3 month, they're not so concerned. That's a buy signal when it gets in close to the green zone. Pair that with the 50-day moving average. If SPY gets to the 50-day, that's where I'll be looking to buy or start a position.
How much trouble is the tech trade in?
So, obviously the inflation expectations going higher, yields going higher, doesn't help tech multiple. And we wrote about that earlier in the year, and that's sort of our focus. Now, I would put it a little bit in perspective.
SPY still moving lower.
Now, where it was basically in January, so, and keep in mind, in January, we had 250,000 cases of COVID per day. We obviously didn't know anything about earnings, and we know very little about the sort of infrastructure and stimulus and monetary support. So I think it's overdone a little bit overall. I think investors are a bit panicking. We still like cyclical reflationary exposure, but I think overall market here is perhaps a bit oversold.
Oh, so you think investors are just overdoing it on their worries about inflation? I mean, that's what this is all about, right? This is the market saying to
No.
the Fed, we don't believe you. We don't believe what you're saying.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah. No,
Shut up.
We do expect higher inflation. We do expect higher yields. Our target for yields is about 200 basis points on a 10-year
Shut up.
this year. But we think market can sort of absorb that because the economy is strong. We are reopening. We're just starting to reopen in the U.S. Then we're going to reopen in the Europe. The economy is going to be very
The
strong.
world doesn't come to an end.
200 basis points. But in the process, you will have these rotations.
World won't come to an end. We're just setting up. We're setting up for a bounce into July.
Especially in the growth and tech. But we overall think market will go higher. That said, we do again prefer sort of inflationary, reflationary exposures.
You have a target of 4,400 on the S&P 500, and you're not wavering off of that in any way. But how long does this upset within the market last before the market can be, in your words, okay again?
I think we're probably at the end of this upset. Again, if you look at the Russell 2000, look at the Nasdaq, they're now trading sort of below January levels, and just think where we were in January. We didn't know about earnings, we didn't know about COVID, and why were nobody screaming back in January then? So I think we're at the end of this upset. I think market is going to go higher here. That said, we do still again prefer sort of reflationary themes.
It's interesting. I mean, you say your headline today to our producers, the rotation to value is now starting. For real. So, but you do think that this is the the longer lasting trend that just hasn't been able to have any traction, and that is the value trade. There's been fits and there's been starts to it, but this you think is for real.
We think it's for real because I mean, before you had the sort of last November, you had the vaccine, so there were hopes. You know, after vaccine, we had a pretty serious sort of a wave of COVID in December and January, so people started doubting that as well. You had the value bouncing back in sort of February a little bit, January, February, and then it fizzled out again sort of March and April. So as you said, there are sort of stops and go in a rotation. The real rotation starts once when we reopen the economy, when you increase the mobility, when people start driving and flying, and you have a demand for oil. You know, that's why we like energy sector. So we think actually it has a long way to go. And alongside with the yields, yields are now at call it 160 or about. We think they're going to go higher towards 200, and as yields go higher, rotation continues. So we think actually it has a lot more legs. But that doesn't mean that market has to go down. That can happen actually in the up market, because we're going to be sort of adding jobs, we're going to be adding economic activity, there's going to be demand. So we think everything can go up, not just the value, but value would lead in our view.
So you're not worried.
All right, we're at the lows of the day here. Do we bounce?
Talking of tapering or anything
40.70.
not go over well in the market.
Well, we're not worried for now. We think it's not going to happen this summer.
50 days right there.
Revise it in the fall, see what happens sort of towards the end of the year. But it's not given that paper needs to crash the market. If the economy is strong, maybe that's actually a sort of the right decision at that point in time. But
This guy's not telling Wapner what he wants to hear.
they're going to look at the jobs. If anything, jobs disappointed in April. So I think even less reason for them to rush with something. So I don't think it's imminent. And frankly, even when it happens, which could be end of this year, early next year, who knows? Let's see where the economy is at that point, and let's see where the market. Maybe the market is at 5,000, but if it's market where it is now, no, I think market is now actually getting cheap in some sense.
Joe, what do you got for Marco? We've said he's a guy who's been known to move the market, and he's certainly trying to get it off the mat today with this bullish view on where we can go.
He clearly is. Marco, let me ask you, a lot of the names that we talked about, the cloud names, the ARC-type holding names, the emerging growth stories, they seem to top out in February. So, we're now looking at almost 3 months of a corrective state. Do you think this is going to be much different than prior experiences of the last couple of years where corrections were very short in terms of time? This one might actually unfold over many months or even a year?
Yeah, so, we were never positive on a hyper-growth names. We published that back in December and reiterated early this year. So hyper-growth names, names that do have some sort of attributes of a bubble. So those are the names that have like these crazy multiples, and many of them were related to COVID.
Look, the bigger picture is still very bullish, folks. The bigger picture. Right now, short term, we were too extended. Yields are starting to move higher. Bonds are lower. We've got the 30-year versus the S&P 500 still more bullish for equities, less so for the 30-year bond. Cycles, the beginning of a cycle, just back in November, this crossed over. These cycles last for 18 months to 2 years. So, and occasionally you see these little pullbacks after the cycles move higher. We get these little dips. That doesn't mean that we're going to crash here. Just means that you need to hedge. That's all. We're headed back to the 50-day. That looks like the most likely scenario. Down to the 50-day. Do we go straight there today or tomorrow? Or do we bounce back to the 50-day, get rejected, shake up the shorts, chop some people up, and then drop back? That's what I'm thinking is going to happen. All right, I'd close some puts here, maybe keep a few on, but I'd close some puts. Looking for a move back towards the VWAP now. All right, we're oversold again, several times oversold. I'm looking for a bounce now back to VWAP another area to short. That's what I'm looking for right now. Looking for a bounce.
Some of these systematic investors that are adding money actually this year, because keep in mind last year volatility was enormous. This year volatility is actually quite manageable, so that puts some institutional money back into the market. So you have like corporates, you buy banks, you have some institutions, so that kind of compensates, some of the call it hot retail money that may get burned through some of these very speculative name and the related related assets.
Yeah, so Marco, I'm curious that you expect the market to go up another 10% this year.
All right, close some puts for a nice profit. All right, nice profit.
Participation of
Looking for a bounce back to VWAP now.
technology
Okay.
and communication service plus Amazon. That's about
They're not just going to make this.
the market. Can the
Well, I can't say. I don't know. But tick unit is still dropping. So any bounce that gets back to VWAP, I'm looking for rejection there and then a resumption of that move lower. On the daily, we could see a bounce back to the 50-day. Oh, excuse me, to the 21-day.
if there's no participation.
We could see a bounce back to the 21-day and a rejection there. I'm thinking that's a possibility. I'm looking for evidence. So maybe a bounce into Thursday, Friday, maybe another drop to the 50-day. I would just like to get it over with personally. Hedges working. SQQQ. All right, maybe I'll sell some covered calls at the high here. Let's see.
RIoT, right? Blockchain. Weekly $26 calls active now in RIoT. Romeo India Oscar Tango.
All right, I sold some covered calls on SQQQ. You see if I can get 50 cents out of these. 25 cents.
The basis for your whole proposition here is incorrect. Even though the market was looking at 250,000 COVID deaths in January, that's not what it was trading on. It was trading on the vaccines and the reopening. So you can't mark to market at the current then and then in the future now. So you're going to see, if you're right, you're going to see massive inflation, and it's going to be near term. How do you handle that? How do you deal with that? Is the market going up? If you see
AUPH, Aurinia Pharma. Seeing some call activity now.
We do expect that. That's our thesis.
July $13.
All right, sold a 13 call.
AUPH. Currently $11.58.
If for some reason we continue to zip lower, I can always roll those up.
So there's no reason why sort of you won't have a meaningful sort of re-rating there. So we do expect actually inflation to pick up.
So what that does is keep me in the SQQQ trade at a lower cost basis. My cost basis is below $12. And continues to ratchet lower my cost basis, selling covered calls, buying them back on these little drops while staying with the hedge position, SQQQ. All right, so this looks bullish. We could see 14 if there's more downside in the Qs. So what I did was I sold the 13s just now. I'm looking for maybe a little dip back to VWAP. If we get back to VWAP right in that area, I'll watch for a bounce. Look for SPY to get rejected at VWAP at the same time, Qs. All right, so all I'm looking for is a little pullback there. I'll capture some of that premium. As volatility is really, really high right now. Volatility is high and spiking. All right, so I'm looking for VIX to come in as well. All of those things have to happen. So far, we're just bouncing just a little bit. So it looks like shorts covering on the SPY and the Qs for now. Just shorts covering. If more shorts cover, we'd see more of a follow through and then maybe a couple of buy programs to mess people up a little bit. Tick cumulative is starting to show shorts covering. Tick cumulative is starting to get turned. You guys are on the ball, man. He's saying what I'm thinking before I type it. That's great. I love seeing that. I love that. The room has really got their act together. All right, so it looks like a bear flag for now. Looks like a bear flag. All right, so this could still move lower. Okay. Watching VIX. All right, let's keep an eye on VIX. This is VIX, 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 VIX. All right, had to mute there. Had a coughing fit. Sorry.
So it was a name that we decided to actually add some capital to for sure.
Yeah, you trimmed Horton, which is interesting to me. I mean, look, stock's up. It's a double. It's up 100% in the last year.
That's
But there's so much optimism around what's happening in the housing space still.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously it's up 40% year to date. I really like the housing trade. I like the do-it-yourself names. I like the builders, but concerned about material prices. I think they might be at peak, but saw lumber pull back a little bit over the last few days. But for us, this is kind of some portfolio management, taking some chips off the sideline.
Okay, and Joe, I'm sorry, Jason. Joe, you sold Louisiana Pacific, which I think we just spoke about the other day. What I think is a really new position. So what gives?
No, I've had that position for a while, but stock's down 12% since Monday. That obviously motivated me to sell, but in addition, the fundamental factor of this has been a
Wells Fargo.
and we've got Canadian mills which are increasing production. Rail transportation is improving. You're going to see a lot of that lumber coming down.
All right.
Needed supply into the U.S. That's why the stock is under pressure.
All right. So if you're bullish, if you are bullish, what you need to see is SPY get back above VWAP. VWAP is up there, and VIX needs to drop off. All right, VIX needs to drop off.
Goldman Sachs conference, our CFO says expect to see operational improvement in H2.
The
High-end
FANG stocks are starting to bounce.
recovery in aviation
It does allow a group of existing shareholders, though, along with Knighthead, Certares, and Apollo, to take control of that company. The bid providing a distribution close to $8 a share. Take a look at the stock. It's up better than 40% today. $8 still a lot higher than $5.24, where the stock is currently trading. As you know, it's all happening at a time when travel is picking up. Hertz wants to take advantage of that too. Weiss, you look at the move today. We did the story last week or so when Kramer was with us. You strike me as the kind of guy who may be looking at something like this, but also you can speak to just how rare it is that the shareholders come out ahead in something like this. It's usually the bondholders and the equity gets wiped.
Yeah, I can go back to American Airlines, and when they filed bankruptcy in 2011, Dave Tepper told me, buy it. I said, what do you mean? They filed for bankruptcy. Why would I buy it? He said, buy it. The assets are worth more than the debt. They're going to restructure. You'll come out ahead. And it's true. I bought the stock at 5, then I bought it at 3 as the rest of the world's puking it, and it eventually went to 50. Of course, we can see where it is now. But it's rare that ever happens, and trust me, you got to be very, very knowledgeable in bankruptcy. But this really sets a table. If you want a reopening trade, this is one. Although it's not going to buy cars now, and they sold their fleets. Nonetheless, there's value in these names. So, yeah, it's rare. You may want to take advantage of it. But let it pull back a little bit first.
Nobody raising their hands to buy this. Joe, Jimmy, you're the car guy.
Nope.
Farmer Jim.
No, listen, I applaud everybody who is in this and make money. This was a speculative play. I mean, there was nothing saying that it was guaranteed you're going to get this payout. It's still a $750.
Sorry, I was typing a return message to a friend and colleague over at UBS, a friend at UBS in the city. All right, what is Triple D doing? Triple D is giving back almost all of yesterday's gap. I want Triple D to prove itself. I'd like to buy some Triple D. We bought it yesterday, made a nice profit there, took some off at the 50-day. I'm glad we did. What's energy plays? All right, so they're a little profit taking into strength, but it looks like they're hanging in there.
So I think that's another positive on the Hertz side. I was thinking about it yesterday.
JP Morgan,
I was watching what was going on in the stock.
Coca-Cola. You don't have to buy every single day, folks. I've been reducing the number of open positions I have in my trading account, hedging,
And it's been run over by
and looking for a better opportunity.
boards and Robinhood traders. I'm not sure who's in the stock on a daily basis, but it's not anything that we would own. But I do think that the fact that they own these big fleets is really interesting here.
Yeah, I think we're going to talk to somebody who actually owns the stock. We're going to take a quick break. I'm not going to tell you who it is yet. But we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
ExxonMobil up $1.50, ex-dividend today, doing quite well. Was up almost $2 earlier, right? Trading up at 61.62, 61, 61.10, 61.60. sorry, 61.62 to 61.65. Looks like ExxonMobil will bounce. It's ex-dividend today. All right, SPY looks like it's going to roll over. VIX, trying to thread the needle here. This big spike, definitely noticeable on VIX VXV. The front month is showing that big spike. The likelihood this can continue with a stretched rubber band without the rubber band snapping altogether, becoming greater probability that we're going to reverse the indices. I think the 50-day is comes in first. All right, so it looks like we're going to continue lower. Looks like we're going to continue lower. Puts still work. Looks like we're going to continue lower. Looks like we're going to continue lower. We're not quite in the green zone, so we could see more downside. All right, gold versus SPY ratio. Gold is outperforming, obviously. Let's take a look at gold, GLD. All right, pulling back, so it's given an opportunity. Still in a bullish trend. I like the pullbacks. I don't like to buy the rips. GDX, I like the pullbacks. I don't like to buy the rips. Pulling back to the 200-day. All right, SPY. All right, you guys are doing a great job in the trading room, by the way. I'm seeing what you're doing. Need a very little assistance from moi.
All right, there's shares of Hertz. We were just talking about them. Highs of the day of 45%. That shareholder group winning the auction for the bankrupt company. One of those shareholders joins us now. Glenview's Larry Robbins is with us. Larry, thanks for coming on today.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
Yeah, you were part of the ad hoc group of shareholders. You surprised at the outcome? Give me a reaction to it.
We are not surprised with the outcome. We've seen the situation in other post-bankruptcy situations in the past. I mean, Glenview's been around for 20 years. We saw it in a negotiation with Clearwire, which was out of bankruptcy. We saw it going back to the early 2000s in the PCS affiliates and in the cell phone tower companies. Oftentimes, the bondholders, when they need to reorganize, will try to keep all the value to themselves. And in this case, as the economy recovered, as the travel economy recovered, it was obvious to us and others that there's a role for the equity holders to play, that there's rightfully a recovery for equity holders. And so we've been a long-time investor in Avis and in the space and a fan of the rental car industry. And
This is Larry Robbins from Glenview Capital, CEO.
of remaking Avis's board and management. And unfortunately, Hertz's balance sheet in the pandemic was not nearly as flexible.
All right, SPY rolling over a bit more.
So they had to go into bankruptcy.
Puts are still working.
Reasons. What is clear coming out of the auction is that there is significant equity value, and we're certainly proud to have teamed together with Discovery, 2Cs, and Alta, and others in order to advocate on behalf of all shareholders that they receive their proper participation in the new plan and the new company.
You mentioned how these things can generally and historically turn out. I spoke with another person earlier today who was involved in this process who described the shareholders winning as, quote, truly historic. Do you see it that way as well for what many people thought could happen the other way?
I think that we were a little bit taken aback that the advisors to Hertz seemed to prioritize speed over fairness. And again, we appreciate
IM, Dixie Group files for non-timely chain Q with the SEC. That's Delta X-ray Yankee November.
But there is not, was not, and never was an urgency that there was a 5-day or 15-day deadline by which this company needed to emerge or that it
Yeah, VIX is on fire. Agree.
we're in a unique time where the travel economy went through clearly a highly disruptive event that is repairing at quite a rapid rate. I mean, one of the things that people have been talking about today is how hot CPI was. In part, it was hot because airfares have gone up dramatically, travel has recovered dramatically, and so we know that we will see this resumption in both leisure travel, which has been stronger than people anticipated, and ultimately corporate travel. So we have a unique situation where, on the one hand, out of self-interest, we had some creditors that obviously would love to have kept not only 100% of their claims, but 110% of their claims if they could keep all the equity and get out the door. At the same point in time that we had a rapidly repairing travel economy, that's why a group of us got together 6 weeks ago in order to advocate on behalf of the committee. I think it's also important to note that the winning group, Nighthead, Cerberus, and Apollo, also brought significant synergies and strategic benefit to the transaction. It creates incremental value and really put, in our eyes, put that bid over the top and brings the additional value not only to the equity holders in terms of their recovery, but an important part of the plan is that investors in Hertz do have the right to invest additional capital in order to
Watching Nikola,
and the plan
NKLA.
NBIO holiday.
Nikola looking good.
Bravo India Oscar. Mustang Biomatching MB106 CD20 targeted protein data.
does indicate that there's probably some upside and basis for optimism to that plan, and therefore it was certainly our pleasure to be able to commit to the $1.6 billion rights offering. We committed a significant amount of money to that rights offering, but also it'll be to determine as to how the other equity holders want to select their value between warrants or the right to put up additional capital in the Hertz.
Stock is absolutely rocketing. It's up nearly 60%, Larry, as we're speaking. It's still below 6. The distribution was close to $8 a share. That was a level that some people were telling me they thought this thing could trade at. What kind of target do you look at for Hertz now that it's going to emerge from bankruptcy in the kind of environment that you just described?
There are 3 components to value that equity holders are getting under the plan. The first is $1.53 in cash. That's easy to value. The second is 3% of the pro forma company at plan value, which when you divide by the number of shares outstanding is worth about $1 a share. So shareholders know that in terms of things that are simple to value, that they're getting $2.53, $1.53 in cash and $1 in equity. The third component of value shareholders have a choice of, and now we're going to get a little bit esoteric, and I apologize for it, but either they have the right to invest fresh capital to own up to 35% of the reorganized Hertz, or they get, as an alternative to the opportunity to invest, shareholders can receive 30-year warrants in the new company, which is struck at a price that's, I believe, a premium to the plan value. The $8 number that was reported is a Black-Scholes number that includes a long-term volatility estimate over 30 years that I think many people are going to have different views on. I think that I've seen ranges as people value that third component ranging from $2 a share to all the way up to $5 a share, $5.50 a share. Getting to that $8 number. Again, I think that that's going to be up to individuals in order to run their own volatility estimates and option pricing model in order to determine what those things are worth. More importantly, there will be a ready market that develops, and the liquid market will dictate that. simply want to be along for the ride through the warrants, or whether they want to put up additional capital at scale in order to size up their investments in what we think is going to be a well-capitalized and highly liquid company. It is important that the new Hertz is emerging with a much stronger balance sheet than when it went in. The plan value market cap is $4.7 billion, and on the new company, there's only $700 million of debt and $1.5 billion of preferred. So it's it's a much better capitalized company coming out than it was going in.
Still need cars, obviously. That's a challenge, which I you know about as well. I'm wondering how you're going to deal with that. I also want your thoughts on the market before I let you go, if you'd oblige me, Larry. And obviously, in the midst of what's been a pullback,
Larry.
specifically in tech, but worries about inflation. Can you give us your broad market view, how you see things?
All right. Looking at Nikola. This is Nikola on the screen.
I appreciate the question. As you know, we're in stock
SPY and the Qs. Can't seem to muster any strength here. Nikola on the move. Thanks, Cayman, for that update.
We have a Fed who is clearly going to be accommodative. Everybody in the world knew that the second quarter CPI and PPI data was going to be hot because of the year-over-year comparisons, but also at some point in time, as vaccines permeate, that we're going to be able to relax constraints. There's a human need to have additional human interaction and connection. So people are going to get out and about. The travel economy clearly will accelerate, but also we'll see it in consumer spending. We know that that's clear. The Fed has said they're going to be on hold. There will be lots of debates about what that means, but the bond market largely shrugged off that, and so I think the inflation debate will continue to rage on. We don't see it as a massive threat to overall equity valuation. Secondly, it is very, very clear that the government has been and intends to continue to be stimulative. And the third thing is the economic recovery is real. And so for people who do what we do, our portfolio is trading at 14 times earnings. The overall market is trading at 20 times earnings. The people I speak to and the diligence that we do, there are a number of companies who are, they're going to have to deal with inflationary issues with respect to wages and inflationary issues with respect to goods. But quite honestly, that's a very, very high-class problem against a consumer who saved $2.3 trillion above trend through the pandemic, and frankly is eager to spend it.
Senate Republican Leader McConnell says there is bipartisan desire for outcome on infrastructure. Says there is a need to decide what infrastructure is.
We are constructive overall on the market despite the inflationary fears. In particular, we're constructive on the healthcare recovery, which is not a luxury, it is a necessity.
All right, Nikola's going pretty fast here. Nice job there, Cayman. Nice job. Nice job.
Valuation of companies that kind of capitalize, stay at home forever, and capitalize zero interest rates forever. There's been some sort of correction. I'm not smart enough to tell you whether that's over today or whether it's over in 4 weeks. But net, Glenview has a constructive take. We're off to a very strong start of the year. And as we talk to our companies in the real economy, there is a very
House Republican Leader McCarthy says meeting with Biden on infrastructure was positive.
Well, I appreciate you sharing those thoughts with us. Congrats on the win today in Hertz. Larry Robbins, we'll talk to you soon.
Take care now.
All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll tell you about Bill Ackman's new Vibe. Do it next.
All right, SPY and the Qs look like they're going to get going here. Looks like they might get something going. SPY. All right, watching very closely. All right, the trend is still down. All right, Qs are trying to make a higher low. Qs are making a higher low. I'll cash in those. I'll cash in those covered calls that I sold soon. All right, coming back to VWAP. If we get back to VWAP, I'll probably cover some there if we start to see a bounce. SPY and the Qs look like they're trying to turn the corner. Not convinced. Not convinced right now. Tick cumulative is still moving lower. Looked like it was hooking up there for a while. Now it's starting headed down again. We're trading 3 to 1. Almost 2 points. It's 2.6 to 1 down volume, both the NYSE and the NASDAQ.
Hedge fund titan Bill Ackman taking a slice, pardon the pun, of that company. There it is, up almost 2%.
Domino's, DPZ. That's where the money was coming from.
When he got out of Starbucks, I suppose.
Yeah, that was a pretty cheesy pun there, Scott, but you're right. He sold out of Starbucks in the first quarter. We knew that because he had that in his annual letter from March 29th. At today's levels, that stake in Domino's, a 6% stake in Domino's, equates to about $1 billion. So a significant stake for him. He's someone who has invested in restaurants and has done quite well in those investments. Of course, Restaurant Brands, the parent company of Burger King, Chipotle, just to name a few. So it's an area that he is comfortable in and that he has been eyeing
Domino's.
for a while. He said that he's been looking to invest in Domino's for a while and was looking for a good entry point, which he found. You can see from that year-to-date chart, there was a pretty significant dip. And it's unclear exactly when he bought in, but he did say that he saw a buying opportunity when those shares dipped. Now, he was speaking at a Wall Street Journal Future of Everything Festival today. He also made some comments about his SPAC, which, of course, is highly watched by the market, trading well above its NAV at this point and trading higher today. This is the per share
Microsoft sitting on Kumo right now. Microsoft, thank you, Lee Star. Microsoft sitting on Kumo. Technology outperforms in the month of January. So is this enough of a pullback in Microsoft to warrant an area to buy?
saying that he doesn't feel that crypto is a place where he would necessarily feel comfortable putting money, but he does admire the creation of it, and he does, quote, kick himself for not understanding that area, Scott.
Yeah, maybe that's the headline, right? Is he,
All right, here's Microsoft right back down to Kumo. Do we bounce? We're trading 240. We're 23 points off the highs, about 25 points off the highs. Higher low.
Yeah, that's right. So the conference has been going on for about an hour right now. We listened very closely.
SPY. Qs are trying to do something here.
Guests on your show, Brad Gerstner,
Qs are trying to do something.
early of Benchmark. They were
I don't know. It just feels like it's going to continue lower.
Brad was interviewing Bill on a whole host of topics. I found Bill's comments about Robinhood and how he sees this whole thing unfolding.
I really don't want to hear opinions, CNBC opinions. I could care less. Give me actionable trade setups. Don't tell me your opinion. I could care less. Okay, CNBC, you hear me? Nobody cares about your opinions. Yeah, I agree with that opinion. Let me buy. Oh, shit, why did it go down? All right, Jazz, J-A-Z-Z, J-A-Z-Z. All right, nice follow through on Jazz. I don't chase stocks up here. The better entry was either the low of the day today, obviously, or yesterday's pullback. Once you see you might ask yourself, yeah, well, how do I find that? Well, easy. It'll be a stock that you're monitoring, but on the pullback, you wait for the buyers to show up. Once the buyers show up and they start to move it back above yesterday's close, that's not 100% guarantee, but that's the area where you start to look for the follow-through. Opening range breakout on volume, pulls away from VWAP, that's the setup. It continues to move higher. I don't want to buy it up here. Maybe B, C pivots show up. All right, SPY and the Qs look more like they're going to turn now. Look like we're going to turn now, folks. Looks more like a turn here. What time is it? 1 o'clock?
And NOx, non-OX imaging, May 22.5 call activity, and November Oscar X-ray, and NOx.
All right, let's see what happens here. The Qs look like they're trying to turn. What's Tick Cumulative say? Tick Cumulative says they're still selling. Oh, this is a tough area right now. If your inputs and you got a profit, maybe take some off. But Tick Cumulative continues to suggest, and so does market internals and down volume, that the bears are still in control. Oversold bounce maybe back to VWAP, but that's about it from the looks of it. From the looks of it, we're trying to bounce here. The most I could see is maybe a push back to VWAP. If it moves above VWAP, that would tell you that there's more to this. Any bounce, if it should happen, I don't see it yet. I don't see the bounce. I just see shorts covering for now. A few blocks coming in, most of them 300,000 or less, 414.27. That's yesterday's close. All those blocks hitting the tape down here are shorts covering.
Before re-entering, that's UAL and ABT.
NASDAQ 100, 90 stocks are red. 90 stocks are red. 10 are green. The 10 that are green are Insight, Regeneron, Alexion, SGen, which Prism is talking about too. Biogen, Gilead, Intuit, Vertex, Checkpoint, Amgen. Those are the only stocks that are green.
SMWB.
All right, SPY and the Qs are starting to turn.
At 2076.
All right, SPY and the Qs are starting to turn.
$22.
All right, SQQQ, SPY and the Qs.
8 million shares on that. That's SMWB.
SPY and the Qs are starting to giddy up back in the opposite direction. All right, let's see what the Qs look like. Qs. All right, can we get above VWAP? If we get above VWAP, maybe we run back up. Maybe we print a hammer today. That would be kind of cool, right? Everybody's thinking super bearish right now. Wouldn't it be cool to see a hammer on the Qs? Wow, that'd be awesome. A hammer today, a 3-candle reversal back to the 50-day. I'm thinking that's what's going to happen. I'll take that bet. Let's see what the Qs, the calls look like for Friday. All right. I'm thinking we're going to see a reversal. All right, looking like a reversal here now, folks. All right, so it looks like we're done. Could be a 3-candle reversal on the SPY and the Qs. All right, we got some massive shorts covering right now. All right, so we got the direction right all morning. Looks like we're going to start to turn here. 3-candle reversal. SPY cues.
Atlanta Fed's Bostic says the U.S. is in a turbulent time. It would expect volatility.
Looking like a reversal in play now. All right, watching for a reversal. Got to get above VWAP. All right. All right, looks like we could see a reversal here on the cues. Watch the cues. Watch the cues. Oops. All right, outside the lower Bollinger Bands. Buy the dip, sell the rip. All right, so this morning was sell the rip, sell into weakness as well. Short. Cues looking good. So far, it looks like a reversal. Shorts covering for now. The first few candles are shorts covering. All right, so nothing more than that right now. All right, let's see what VIX looks like. VIX. Let's see what
Trading on the high yield low price at the time at 1.695.
VIX dropping off.
Basis point lower in price. Lower yield, higher price. That's part of the reason for the A minus. But boy, everything you look at is good. 2.45 bid.
All right, we're at VIX. We're at VWAP getting rejected now.
3.4 on indirects. We like indirects. It's why those foreigners were also interested in coming into our auctions. That's the best since August of 20. And 17.1 on directs like pensions and hedge funds. That's strong above average, but by far the definitive number today. 19.5 on dealers. And you know, dealers usually take the leftovers after all the investors are done. So the smaller the leftovers, the more they like the meal. 19.5 is the lowest amount dealers have taken since the spring of 2017, a stellar auction. Tomorrow, of course, we do the longest maturity, $27 billion, 30-year bonds. John, back to you.
All right, Rick, thanks. Now, Bob, that's an A minus.
I like Rick Santelli. Rick Santelli doesn't take any crap from anybody, especially the producers over at CNBC. Man, he battles with people all the time. I think he gets paid for it too, because he used to have it with Mark Hayes. He used to have some battles with Mark Hayes all the time. A lot of people liked Mark Hayes. I liked him. He was just a little bit, would bloviate sometimes. All right, I'm sure I bloviate from time to time. All right, so what's the rest of the market look like? Hertz near the highs of the day, starting to see a reason to exit. Nikola still going. That was a good one, Cayman. That was a good one. All right, VIX still dropping off. The brothers dropping off, popping off.
AAL, American Airlines, on at the Goldman Sachs conference says some companies' large corporate customers are returning to office and indicating they plan to resume traveling in Q3. That's AAL, Alpha Alpha Lima.
All right, Nikola continues to move higher. Watch VIX here. VIX needs to produce a lower high and a lower low. Drop off here. Dropping off, popping off. The brothers dropping off, popping off. Twilio's down 14%. All right, instead of flip it around, Twilio is off 14%. Maybe an area we want to take a look at it. Twilio. Okay, still down here. Got to create a base first. All right, so if you like mean reversion, a lot of times mean reversion will come quickly back up to resistance and then get rejected. If it's going to be a good setup, we want to see a base down here over the next few weeks. No hurry on Twilio. Just put it on your list. Nikola. There you go, Nikola. Nikola's starting to rip here. Cayman doing a great job on Nikola. Thanks for the heads up. I like Rick Santelli. Rick Santelli is a no-nonsense guy. I mean, he knows his chisel. He knows it. I mean, all those years on the exchange, the floor, bond traders, he knows what he's talking about. And I mean, when you've done something all your life, I would tend to listen to somebody like that than somebody who doesn't manage money. And I just, that's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Let me plug my phone in here. Sorry. All right. Okay, I need to take a couple minute break, folks. So I'm going to, I'll be right back.
Report that U.S. Airlines are canceled flights to Tel Aviv on Wednesday. says not clear how far labor force participation will rebound or what supplier labor will look like. That's from the Atlanta Fed's Bostic. DAL Delta says it has yet to determine when Tel Aviv service will resume. Says monitoring the situation. DAL.
All right, I'm back. All right, Nicola, just off the highs of the session right now, Nicola. All right. SPY and the Qs trying to muster some more follow through. SPY and the Qs trying to muster a follow through. Rejected at VWAP, but starting to round. This bottom is starting to show a rounding look to it. Back above the 50 RSI, back above 50. Dipped a little bit there. All right, could still see more downside, folks. So don't bet the farm just yet. Don't bet the farm. We're off 1.5% on the SPY, 2.3% on the Qs. I've been actively taking more positions off. I'm down to about 12 now. Having added a couple of today with the SPY, the TZA, etc. So still got those hedges on TZA and SQQQ. Added some covered calls on the Qs. ExxonMobil, that looks like a pretty decent ex-dividend play, still working. TZA is up 4%. Tango Zulu Alpha, TZA. The Direxion small cap bear, 3-time TZA. Trending a bit higher. IWM, playing off IWM. Small caps, trying to bounce here. I'm thinking any bounce is going to get rejected overhead, so that's my thoughts right now. Okay, that way, if we do bounce, if and when we do bounce, we push back up towards resistance and we get rejected. I think think being the operative word, a better area for IWM is if we get down to 210 or so, 2.8 to 210. If we can get down there, I'd be more interested if we saw a bottom forming.
That's Whiskey Rebel Alpha, WBA.
All right, let's see what they do here. All right, so we're getting rejected. Still looks like a bear flag. All right, let's keep an eye on what's working today. S&P 500, most actives, still mostly energy related. Cabot Oil and Gas popping up on the list. That looks good. Cabot at the 200-day. Probably gets rejected at the 200-day or at least slows there. A move above it tomorrow could give you 19, so about $1.50 there maybe. Over the next few trading days, next couple of weeks, Cabot Oil and Gas. Looks like this is going to continue. By the looks of all of these stocks in the group, for the most part, moving higher. Halliburton, a little bit of selling here. All right, so that wick right there that we saw on Monday, there were some sellers there, so we tested it again today. So apparently there's enough people there still looking to break even, nervous about the markets maybe, worried that we're going to roll over, taking some profits off the table. They might be long, Some of these might be long or just got long on Monday. Taking some risk off the table, that would make sense to me. That's what I've been doing. All the while, SPY was trading up at the highs, so we're taking profits off the table. I saw Kenny and many other people heeding that alert, if you will. We kept banging up against this 420 zone, 418, 415. We couldn't manage to get through it too much. We punctured it one time, 420 got rejected. Punctured it again, 422.82 got rejected. And then summarily got slapped down below the 21 day. Now we got the 50-day right there. If we don't test the 50-day today, what's likely to happen is we get shorts to cover, get a little rally into the close today, and then a rejection maybe. Or this is just a bear flag and they drop it some more. Truth be told, Tick Cumulative just tried to cross over to the other side. Tick Cumulative just tried to cross over to the other side. If we get the crossover, that'll tell you that the institutions have confirmed that they've started buying the dip. Though I'm not putting too much credence into it. Right now I'm ambivalent. I don't know if we're going to move lower off of this point. Stab one more time. The 50-day is right there. I mean, seriously, 2 points away on the SPY. Looks too obvious, though. Looks too obvious. Let's see what they do in the next few minutes. Let's see what they do. All right, waiting.
Fed's Bostic, Atlanta Fed's Bostic says not seeing excessive froth in financial markets.
Cool. So now they're starting to pump it up a little bit. Not seeing excessive froth in the market anymore. That's what Powell said, 2 weeks ago? Frothy. The markets are frothy. And then followed by Janet. And then Evans this week. Fed Evans, what was that, on Monday? Getting the markets used to the idea that we might be a little too frothy. All right, it's buying the cues. No follow through yet. Still below VWAP. VWAP controls the tempo right now. Got rejected. Watching VWAP. You can see a series of lower highs and lower lows. If we make a higher low here, that would be a first sign. LABU, yeah, I like LABU. A lot of the top 10. Top 10, Krishna, the top 10. And only majority biotech. The top 10 stocks on the NASDAQ 100, which happen to be green, the only green stocks today are NASDAQ 100 tech, biotech stocks. And that's even fewer now. We got even fewer. All right, we had 10. What do we got now? We still got 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 are biotech. All right, so it feels like we're stretched. Feels like the rubber band has been stretched to the downside, or we're ready to move in the opposite direction. Let's watch. Yeah, I like it.
REGN, Regeneron Pharmaceuticals, announcing positive phase 3 Lefteo results in advanced cervical cancer. Trial found significant differences in patient-reported outcomes favoring Lefteo over chemotherapy. That's REGN.
All right, SQQQ moving higher. VIX no doubt is moving higher. VIX is bouncing. All right, we need a lower high on VIX to get this motor running. Minimize your exposure. Until we start to see the markets trending again, minimize your exposure. Day trades, the name of the game right now. Day trades, scalps. Day trades and scalps. Fewer swings at the moment. SPY looks like it's going to test the low here. Nikola testing the highs. Nikola. Nikola. Looks like it wants to go. Nikola. All right, SPY's testing the low now. Bootsy Collins, the musician. That's a nice hat there, Bootsy. Mondo, you got one of those hats? Oh, you're probably not watching Bloomberg. You're probably actually working. Actually. S&P down 1.72%, NASDAQ down 2.2%, Toronto Stock Exchange down 0.63%, and the 10-year yield is up 5 basis points. Merck looking for a push maybe at the end of the day. That'd be nice. SPY in the Q showing a potential retest of the low. SPY in particular. Qs are just above its low. All right, looking for a bounce. I'd like to buy those covered calls back for maybe a 50-cent premium deposit in my account on SQQQ. That's helping me hold on to the hedge, SQQQ. We're trading at 13. My cost basis is down below 12. Close to 1180. Sold some more covered calls. The 13 covered call, the 13s. are watching Nikola at the highs. SQQQ looks like it might start to turn a lower high on SQQQ. When everybody runs, when everyone runs to one side of the boat, look for
at $11.44 per share. That's GO, Golf Oscar, Golf Oscar. Shares of GoGo popping here, $10.68, Golf Oscar, Golf Oscar.
the stock market is sliding. Should you get out? Yeah, probably, Keurig. Probably. All right, SPY and the Qs, looking pretty good here, folks. SPY and the Qs drifted a little bit lower, but SQQQ has just printed looks like printing a lower high. SPY and the Qs are looking better. Nikola looks like it wants to keep going. SQQQ, lower high. Looking for a move below VWAP. Look for at least 50 cents on those covered calls. Capture some of that premium. I sold the 13s. I'm making money on those while sticking with the hedge. I think we could still see further downside on the daily time frame, the Qs. Yesterday we were talking about the fact that we ran right back up to the 50-day. Intraday we were down here at 322.50-ish. I felt like we could see 325, but we needed to get and close above the 50-day. I felt like we could see a rejection there. We did get rejected summarily. Volume picked up. We know that gamma is negative. Gamma's been negative since we hit that 340 zone up here 2 weeks ago, more than 2 weeks ago. We know that gamma was negative, so this slide isn't completely unexpected. Did we bounce? A 3-candle reversal back to the 50-day, test it again? That's one scenario I'm looking for. All right, so we close on a doji. We don't get all the way back, but we maybe bounce a little bit more. And then tomorrow we move a bit higher, oversold bounce, and then we get rejected again, and then head for the 200-day or this level over here, 307. All depends on how options set up. So with that in mind, that's why I'm sticking with my hedges. Okay, so there's an indecisive element right now. We could drop lower, we could bounce, eliminate risk, and hedge. That's my plan. That's my game plan. 4 sentences. Roku is down $4 now. It was up $4. Tesla's trading around 600. Tesla trading 600. I was looking for Tesla to get to the 200-day or a multiple bottom. All right, we're almost there now. So Tesla, I have shares in the kids' accounts. I like Tesla. This is more than just a car company, obviously. Everybody knows that. Solar and other verticals that Elon is getting the company into. The creative genius among his management team. So a multiple bottom area here, way oversold for a week or so. I thought this was going to bounce. We looked for this to bounce back above the 50-day. It didn't happen. By now, you should be accustomed to my banter about if you're below the 9 and 21 day, that's marked down. Until you get above the 9 and 21 day and start spending more time and you don't fail, it's bearish. All right, so until we base and start to push and all these moving averages are rising, we can only assume more downside, or at least a base in the worst case scenario, maybe 539 or 40. I'd be interested to see what Carter Worth has to say. Carter Worth called the bottom a couple of years ago in Tesla back over here in 2020. No, it was before that. It was before that. It was over here. October, November, something like that. We had this reversal in Tesla and we ran up to that high before February that sold off. Carter Worth called the bottom over here somewhere. I forget where it was. It was like in the 40s or something like that. That was obviously pre-split. All right, so this was about, what, about 137 or something like that, or wherever that level was. I'm pretty sure I wrote about it.
AAL, American Airlines, presenting at the Goldman Sachs conference, says...
Nah, airlines, nope. No need to put any risk on here. The way I'm looking at things right now is if we start to see some opportunities, there's no hurry. We want to see the proof. Could take a couple of days, could take a couple of weeks for the proof to show up. We know we're underneath the 50-day moving average. We know that we've got rejected there on the Qs. The SPY probably going to test the 50-day, if not today, sometime this week maybe. Maybe we bounce, maybe we don't, but the 50-day is just too close for comfort, right? Keep the hedges on. You're probably tired of hearing me talk about this now, but let's go take a look at something else. All right, let's change up the subject. Let's see what breadth looks like. Coming into today, we had bad breath. Got to use that Listerine. Yuck, yuck, yuck. We're pulling back. We could see the minus 30 zone before being exhausted on the downside and ready for a bounce. So this is kind of ambivalent right here. It could go either way. The good thing is we're not at 30%. We're not at plus 30% testing the 50-day. So that warrants a potential short-term bounce, maybe intraday, maybe tomorrow. We do know that Renko is on a sell signal. Not on a sell signal. It's on a bearish signal. First red brick. We've had red bricks before that reverse the next day or the next week. Okay, this is Renko. This filters the noise and the BS and just gives you a price-based indicator. Time is irrelevant. All right, so the only way a brick can print white or red is for the force in price to create one. The 60-minute chart doesn't give you any reason to be super bullish. The only thing I would think is that we could possibly bounce up to this area. You can see where this volume by price band is starting to build down here. All right, let me grab this and pull it down here. And we'll touch that up a little bit. All right, so there you are. We're at this volume by price band. We got the gap down here that we have yet to fill. That's potential support right there. This could be a left shoulder. This could be a head. Right shoulder failed already. Depth of the head to the neckline is the projected move. That would be right down there to the gap. So this this right here is what I'm looking at. So extend that down. That fills this gap over here. Okay, SQQQ moving higher. It looks like we're not going to follow through presently. Elvis presently. All right, so this is here. We got one here. Resistance zone. RSI is oversold on the 60 minutes, so we're ready to spring.
FCX at the zone conference. Foxtrot Charlie X-ray. Freeport McMoran. Shares ticking higher now.
Freeport on the move. Freeport. Nice on the FCX for Freeport. All right, so last week I missed the opportunity to buy Freeport. You know I only buy on a pullback. I very seldom buy on the breakout. Best entry, still very bullish. So the buyers are stepping up yesterday at the 42 level. Buyers stepping up here now. RSI is rising. Should you go out and buy it right now? Better at this morning, obviously. A little bit harder to do for some, for new at trading to buy the dips. You know, all you see is this red business here. All you see is the red. And you go, wow, how can I trade that? Look for the retracement back to VWAP. Only once you see the first bullish candle, then look for the second bullish candle. That's how you trade a dip in a market that is drifting lower. Okay. You wait for those first couple of candles. When they start to cover, more cover, and then you get the reversal. And the target is a retracement back to VWAP. So we got to get above VWAP here, Freeport. But I like it on the daily for a follow through. I don't think the material stocks, think being the operative word, I don't think the material stocks are going to be a 1 day or 1 week or 1 month trend. The trend is definitely bullish. Dips continue to get bought. That's how I know that it's a higher probability setup. You got a bullish trend. Look at the 50-day rising up and to the right. You got the 9 stacked above the 21, stacked above the 50, stacked above the 200-day. Volume, excluding that one red day volume, if you just look at the green volume, focus on that, squint, whatever you got to do. From the last week of April, we were trading at 38. Do you really think that all of that volume, some 150 million shares on bullish candles, you really think they're only looking for 6 points from 38 to 44? Or do you think there's more upside? I'm of the latter mindset, even though today we've got this dip still underway, fade, if you will. Let's see the numbers on Freeport. Freeport, FCX. All right, Freeport, the numbers are, all right, so in 2020, wow, that big change in Freeport. We went from 2018, $1.52 per share, to 2019, 2 cents per share, a drop of $1.50 on a yearly basis per share, $1.50 loss. All right, so they lost that momentum. And then in 2020, we started to gallop higher from 2 cents to 55 cents. And now, 2021 is estimated to grow to $2.62, which is the highest we've seen per share growth in Freeport since 2014. Looking at the IBD MarketSmith chart. All right, what is that? Who is that? Nope. Nope, not interested. Bootsy. This dude on Bloomberg is so funny. This dude is so funny looking. Bootsy Collins. All right. Musicians, you know. Let's see. Freeport. So Freeport, very interesting. Let me just take a snapshot of this. All right. So that right there is telling us quite a bit. Quite a nice story there. All right, I'm just marking up a Freeport McMoran chart. I think it'll be very interesting. We got growth. PE is 37. Funds own 44%. Looking for the breakout. We got the breakout. Volume. Look at that. Earnings. 419% beat on the earnings. All right, so let's see. All right, just want to show you something here for a second. All right, so look at Freeport here. Check this out. Check this out. All right, look at the earnings over here. If you can zoom into that, can you see that? Zoom into your earnings, into your screen there. All right, I got blurry there for a second. All right, letting this process for a second. Give me a second. This is it's a little bit blurry. Let me increase the resolution. All right, let me increase the resolution to 720 pi. All right, so you can see, wait a minute, that's the wrong chart. That's the wrong one. Well, you can see it anyway. Look at the earnings. 2014 was the last time we saw more than $2 per share annually. 2021, 262. Look at the earnings over there on the right, just above the volume. See that 419% increase? And the two previous quarters, 999% beat. Earnings expectation beat 2 quarters in a row. Wow, that's pretty impressive. And then 2022, they're looking for $3.11. That's pretty impressive for Freeport. All right. All right, let's look at Freeport McMoran. Trying to get something going here off the low.
Bostic says fundamentals point to higher prices for new and existing homes. ETNR Partner Communications naming Avi Zvi as new CEO. Papa Tango November Romeo, PTNR.
All right. Spying the cues, holding the low. They're going to get everybody short and then rip it higher. That's what it feels like. Freeport McMoran seeing call flow. The August 40, August 45.
Report says
Seeing August 45.
a chicken wing restaurant this year, according to a new trademark application. That's Whiskey India November Golf.
A lot of flow in Facebook, $7.8 million in 8 trades. Tesla, we got 10 orders, 3.6 million. Baidu, Vips, Shops Holdings, BIPS. Twitter, a couple of orders, not much to do there. All right, that's fine. Spying the cues, still no follow through on spying the cues. All right, cruising back down to the lows. If they do something, it's going to be after 2 o'clock probably. We're most likely going to have some margin calls today, so be aware that that's a possibility too, margin calls. All right, we'll break those sessions up into 2, most likely on margin calls. Probably see a wave after 2:15 and another wave after 3:15. Freeport McMoran, we got a mix of puts and calls. $5.11, not a whole lot going on. Freeport. All right, Q's trying to get something going here. It could just, it could stay down here at the low too. You know, that's a possibility, folks. The Q's. VWAP is starting to flatten on the Q's.
Shares of GoGo continuing higher now, $11.03 on that insider buy. Reported ALK, Alaska Air, adds Belize to its international destinations, adding 17 new Embraer jets. 175 jets, 17 Embraer 175 jets to regional fleet in 2022, and 2023 exercising options for 13 Boeing 737-9 MAX deliveries in 2023 and 2024. That's ALK, Alaska Air.
Yeah, I remember that too, David. You think the algos and the dark pools have been dumping stocks all day? Steve Hammer over at HFT Alert, HFT Alert. Thank you, Andrew, for the update. You think algos and dark pools are dumping stocks all day? Think again. They've been sellers for weeks and weeks into the highs, and they've been taking some gains on those shorts today, as are many of, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, well, you can see algos, you can see dark pools have been buying the dips, taking profits. All right, so this lends to a potential pop here. Lends to a potential pop. All right, let's see. Nicola, can we get something here? Nicola stretching the highs of the day. All right, SPY on the Qs. Still can't seem to get any kind of follow through. All right, so we've had two down days, I won't say depressing, but two anxiety-filled days. Two anxiety-filled days on the SPY. The Qs, of course, over the last week and a half have been dropping in a negative gamma state to start 2 weeks ago. The end of April was in a negative gamma state. So that was another reason for us to start taking profits off on leading stocks before they reported earnings. And then you saw Apple, of course. Apple with huge earnings. It's amazing that Apple's had such huge earnings and buying back stock. I imagine that they're better off buying back stock on a dip or a pullback, wouldn't you? $90 billion worth of shares. Do we have to stop here, or can we stop over here? If we get down here, so much better setup. I imagine a lot of people on StockTwits are thinking, oh, if they're not bearish and have been, into it, if they haven't already bought 10,000 puts, as they usually say, exaggerating positions, then we look for the reversal once we get everybody on the wrong side of the boat. Everybody's on the starboard side, so we need to run to the port side. So Apple's back, and we had huge earnings. That's really amazing that we pulled back as much as we have. But, the Qs are moving back, so looking for a bounce and sticking with hedges to be more neutral. Right now, I don't care that I'm not super directional and exactly right every single symbol or position that we take. I don't need to be 100% right. All I need to do right now is wait, be neutral or in cash, and wait for the next direction. Right now, the next direction has been bearish. Neutral as we extend. Almost oversold now. Merck pulling back a little bit. But extended. Do we snap back a little bit? Well, Steve Hammer over at High HFT Alerts is saying that they've been covering all day long, and you can see the graph. You can see his graphs of the dark pools covering. All right, Freeport McMoran, not a super bullish setup. Got bulls. We've got puts and calls trading today. All right, we're holding the low. So one thing's for sure, we haven't made new lows yet. I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't made new lows. All right, we're just grinding along underneath VWAP. We could stay down here. There's no edge. There's a slight edge to the bears. We could sell more. But notice that we are drifting lower to slightly sideways. And notice what RSI is doing. Notice RSI. We got a bullish divergence on SPY on the Qs. Let's see what the SPY looks like. SPY. Same thing, SPY as well. Low tick alert. All right, a little divergence there. Our extreme low tick alert. All right. Hopefully you've been taking profits off the table, eliminating, taking some positions off. Fewer open positions. TZA breaking higher. All right, SPY and the Qs look like we're going to drift lower. SPY and the Qs, our new low of the day. Futures new low. All right, is that the capitulation low right there? That a lot of times when you hear extreme low tick, we're at the lows and we don't drop off quickly. That might be a sign of capitulation. Look at IWM. IWM. Okay, a little spike lower there. TZA, the bearish side of this trade, 3 times. That had a nice little pop there. Roku's off 6 now. Headed back to the morning lows. Roku. All right, we did have we did get a 1 million share block on. We did get a 1 million share block on SPY at 407.60. We're below that level right now. That looks like it was a short that was at the offer, and we pushed back a little bit. Let's see what they do next. Let's see what they do next. All right, TZA continues to push higher. TZA at the high of the day. Cleveland Cliffs pulling back a little bit. Cleveland Cliffs. All right, well, it looks like we're taking out stops down below the previous lows on SPY. Futures, same thing. Looks like we're taking out previous lows. We're hanging out at 40.70. 40.70. A breach of 4100 gave us the target of 4,000 eventually, unless something changes and we see open interest build in this area. For now, we're below that 4,100 level with a volatility trigger at, what was it, 4170, I think? 4170. All right, another low tick. So keep your hedges on. Hedges still working. All right, 4,000 is the 4,000 to 4,100. There's a void. This suggests that volatility may be poised to increase. Obviously, we saw that was earlier. Obviously, that we saw that happen. Looking for a bounce here. Maybe they take out the stops. If you know Danny Riley, Mr. Top Step, used to work 30 years on the CME. He's now down in Florida on the East Coast. Is it Boynton Beach? Where does he live? You know? Top Step? Danny? He's a good guy. Anyway, he's one of the people that mention you should always look for, especially on days like today, look for them to take stops out in both directions. In this case, we've been trending lower most of the day, so just stick with the hedges. There's no reason to give them up right now because we're still drifting lower, following VWAP. The core CPI, according to Bloomberg, jumped the most since 1982. Core CPI. in the 1970s. I think it was 73, somewhere around there. My dad bought a Oldsmobile Cutlass. I know, Frano, I think you said you had a 442. My dad bought one, burgundy color with white leather interior. It was $4,600, $4,600. So for them to say the core CPI is the highest it's been since 1982, I mean, inflation alone has seen car prices rise to crazy levels. I don't know what a Cutlass goes for right now, but it's got to be, I think, around 30,000, maybe 35. So that's really not that surprising. Anyway, so the zero gamma level for the S&P 500 is 4140. The previous level earlier in the week was 4170. So 4141, we're trading just below that level right now. Actually, a lot below that level, 4070. All right, so we're 100 handles below that zero gamma level. So we're trading negative gamma on the SPY, S&P, and the NASDAQ. Put wall support is 4,000. Put wall support for the S&P is 4,000 or 400 on SPY. So we got another 6 or so handles to go on the SPY, potentially. S&P 500, next level is 4,000 or 400 on the SPY. Qs were below the biggest gamma level of 320. Combo strikes on the S&P. We're below all of them. Combo strikes on the NASDAQ, also below all of them. As we drift lower. All right. TZA continues to tease the high of the day. We can't will the markets higher for now. What I'm thinking is we're taking out the stops and we're going to reverse. That seems like the most plausible thing because we're not plunging lower or these stabs lower since about 10:30, 11. Look at the legs in the SPY. Look at the legs in the SPY. Okay. All right. Just see these legs since this morning. See this leg here? Four handles. We bounce. 410, 4 handles. Back to 408, 2 handles. You see that? 2 handles. So we're slowing our descent. Maybe even the bear is getting exhausted. Do we shoot lower one more time? If that were the case and we were trading at 404, then this pattern of 412, 408, 4-point moves on each leg, 4-point move, 4-point move. There's potential for 404 if that continues. If not, we've only got 2 handles on SPY, 408 to 406, 410 to 406, 412 to 408, 442. Still waiting for direction. With 220, all right, so we probably have some margin calls that are going to hit 215 right in this time period, some margin calls. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Is anybody calling? If you start seeing positions on your account start to disappear, you know why. Nikola flagging at the high. Nikola, can we get a run higher in Nikola? That would be kind of cool. While everybody's looking over here, shiny object over there. Higher lows, higher highs. I don't see any news on Nikola. It's just a momentum and a TTM squeeze on Nikola. TTM squeeze. All right, so we've been drifting lower for like 12 weeks, 14 weeks. made a higher low. That was the first sign that something was up next to this volume that we saw. Volume starting to pick up. Nikola looks like it could be changing direction. It gets above this pivot right here. The rule is in a squeeze, once we break above the pivot, the long is set up, RSI. Look for direction with your RSI and your MACD. Okay, momentum is clearly bullish. Give yourself enough time. Try to trade in the money. If you don't want to buy shares, trade in the money. You're going to get the best bang for your buck. I have the 11 call when it's Cayman's trade, so I didn't really announce it. But I bought some calls with Cayman there. The 11 call. All right, another low tick alert. That's the reversal. Nikola. The May 21st, 11 call. $1.38. Looking for a follow through. All right. So maybe a couple of days and this can be up to 14 or so. And I can always roll calls out. At some point take profits in the calls and then maybe shift to shares if that's what I'm interested in doing once the markets have found a bottom. I don't think we found the bottom yet. SPY and the Qs, they're just not trading accordingly. Look at the 50-day. I mean, it's just right there. Everybody's staring at the 50-day. Did they run it up higher and cause the bears to cover? Or did we just start selling and get that third leg of 4 handles lower each time? That's 120 handles, right? We're off 75 handles right now. Futures are off 75 handles at the low of the day. All right, we're drifting. Qs are holding off the low a little better than SPY. That might be the tell. Let's look at the FANG stocks. FANG stocks, FANG stocks, FANG stocks. All right, VIX is still moving higher. VIX is still moving higher. Where else are you going to put your money? That's absolutely Facebook. Wow. Facebook. All right, SPY. Let's see. RSI on the daily, following price. On the 5-minute, showing some divergence. On the 5-minute, RSI making a higher low. We got a lower low. SPY still diverging. Watching for that divergence. Okay, so what am I talking about? If you're just paying attention today, you weren't around Tuesday. You weren't around on Tuesday, last week Tuesday. Okay, right over here, you see that move lower? That was Janet Yellen talking. Janet was yelling. We got RSI. You see the lower low? RSI was already making a higher high. A higher low, rather. Same thing here. We're at a lower low. RSI marginally making a higher low. Is that a tell? Sure looks like it to me. Qs are starting to get bought right now. Facebook is going. Facebook is going. Watch Facebook here. Wow, Facebook looks good. Coming off the lows, Facebook, a little descending channel. Facebook out of the gate looks like it's starting to rip higher. All right, potential level for a Q calls, a scalp. Let's see what happens here. Look at Facebook. All right, Facebook was making a lower low. See that? And we had RSI making a higher low. Facebook, lower low. RSI, higher low. All right. All right, folks, that looks pretty good for Facebook. And look at the look at MACD down there. See MACD? That was also making higher lows. All right, so let's see what happens here. All right, so that looks pretty good. Facebook. Nothing yet. There goes Facebook. Look at RSI. RSI is cruising higher. Facebook is going. Did I save that? No, I didn't save it. Facebook 5. All right, that looks good. There goes Facebook. All right, SPY and the Qs are probably going to follow. Facebook looks like it's leading out of the gate first. All right, the Apple's trying to turn here. Okay, Facebook looking good. Tick cumulative still dropping. All right, so they're still selling 4-to-1 down volume now, the highest down volume all day. That could be capitulation. That could be capitulation. There goes Facebook. Facebook is going. Behind the cues look like they're trying to turn here. All right, so we have about $2 billion worth of SPY trading today. All right, Facebook's still cooking with gas. Facebook, all right, so NVIDIA's starting to turn now. The FANG stocks are starting to turn now. All right, no follow through yet. VIX still hanging in there. All right, so, all right. SQ at the high. You imagine having the difficulty having to landscapers, you know, businesses like Mondo's business rely heavily on gasoline. That's got to create some stress there, Mondo. Hope the best for you, buddy. What's the gas situation in New Jersey? A lot more people in a given area. Alrighty. SQQQ starting to pull back in now. All right, thank you, Facebook. Let's go take a look at NVIDIA. Same idea. NVIDIA. Starting to turn now, NVIDIA. Shorts are starting to cover. Apple, same thing. Apple starting to turn. Apple turnover. All right, Qs are starting to go. All right, divergence, pretty obvious. Qs, a lower low. All right, looks good. Apple. Qs, looking at the divergence on the Qs as well. All right, all of these are diverging. We mentioned it about 15 minutes ago. All right, Qs look good. Let's see if the Qs can keep this up. All right, still stuck down here. All right. All right, so you know that shorts are going to cover a little bit. We probably got those margin calls out of the way. Now we're looking for more shorts to cover. You know, dark pools have been covering their shorts all day long. So they're done. What happens in the next hour and 18 minutes? We'll see. Futures look like they want to bounce too. Futures. All right, watching the Qs here. 320 is a major level. If we can get above 320, or at least a target of 320, that would work. Freeport, no follow through. It's off $1.93, 4% at the moment. Spying the Qs, making up for it. Starting to turn the corner. Puts all day. Hedges all day. Now we're starting to see shorts cover. Watch the divergence here. Okay, we made a lower low. RSI making a higher high. Lower lows, lower lows. Off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Why? Because. Because of the wonderful things she does. All right. Who's behind that curtain? Toto? Dorothy? That movie freaked me out as a kid. The Flying Monkeys? You look at the movie now and you just look at the stage set. I don't know where it was filmed in, at MGM or Warner Brothers, wherever it was filmed. Just looks weird. What a great movie. Kids are bored. They watch like 5 minutes of it. They're like, yawn. All right, Facebook at the highs. RSI. Just kind of sputtering here. I would only be uber bullish if we got above VWAP and started to rally. I don't see it happening right now. Facebook is at the highs. I would expect to see some profit taking into this ramp higher on Facebook. Not something I would swing at the moment. I would just take the day trades that we've been showing you. Netflix and Nvidia trying to turn. Apple 4 or 5 minute candles bullish. Looking for a fifth bullish candle. VIX needs to drop off. Qs. Pretty good navigation, if you will. Some really nice navigation. Of today's action. Some decent action. Navigating pretty well. Looks like SPY on the Q's divergence is going to start to pay off. All right, starting to pay off. Look at the volume right here. Watching the Qs here. All right, the billions are starting to pile up. Notice the billions that are starting to pile up on the SPY. All right, notice the billions here. We've got a lot of billions showing up, a lot of Bs. There's a lot of Bs here. All right, it's about a 20-second delay. About a 20-second delay in YouTube right now. All right, so we got 13 billion that traded at 395.88 coming into today. 395, 397, 400. Collectively, 34 billion. 24 billion, sorry, I can't add. 24 billion. $30 billion if you count the 416. We're below that level though. So Q's looking pretty good. SPY looking good. Looking for this divergence to pay off. All right, starting to pay off now. If you took SPY calls, starting to pay off. All right, I think the shorts are starting to cover now. It's pretty obvious shorts are starting to cover. All right, got a nice little reversal now. All right, the FANG stocks are all turning now. FANG stocks are all turning. All right, so we've got a little bit more than an hour to go. I'm starting to break the trend. Okay, no longer making stabs lower. Q's looking good. Let's go see what the Q's look like on the daily time frame. All right, so we got a doji. Can we get a 3-candle reversal tomorrow and a test back to the 50-day? And then a rejection? Or is this enough? I don't know. Is it enough? Apple's rallying pretty hard here. All right, we're right at the point of control, today's point of control. We're moving above today's point of control right here. All right, so we're oversold on the 5-minute, and divergence has turned higher in the last couple of hours. In the 60-minute time frame, RSI is starting to turn. We made a lower low. RSI is trying to make a higher low. Okay, and so far so good. I'm thinking 323 would probably run into some rejection there, if not sooner. All right, the fangs are still giving us a nice signal. Let's go take a look at NYMO. NYMO minus 61. I don't know what it was earlier. I see somebody mentioning NYMO. Yeah, VIX is looking good. Thank you, Ricky. All right, Nicola, Nkla. Gone. Thank you very much, Cayman, for that. That's Cayman's trade. That's not my trade. I didn't post it. Cayman did. Cayman gets credit. If it drops, he also gets credit for that. For now, Cayman's a showman. All right, most stocks are showing higher lows and higher highs. Nicola. Nice move on Nicola. Diamondback Energy, FANG, F-A-N-G, Diamondback Energy. It's up nearly 1%. JP Morgan's up a hair. Trying to get a little follow through there. Diamondback Energy, F-A-N-G. Off a bit now, but was higher earlier. Let's look at the other stocks that have been doing well. All right, S&P 500. All right, we got a mix here now. This morning, this was all energy names. Now we've got some healthcare mixed in here. Perigo, VTRS, Norton LifeLock. That's been on the top of the list all day long. Interesting enough, Norton LifeLock was the only one of 4 that we followed: CyberArk, Palo Alto Networks, and FireEye. Those were flat today for the most part. Norton LifeLock going higher, higher for a different reason, I think. Not really sure. All right, so the divergence did give us a little bounce on the Qs. All right. Let's look at, we're still trading pretty heavy down volume. 3-1 down volume. Tick cumulative is trying to turn here. So we don't have a confirmation. We know dark pools were covering all day into the first half of the day. We know margin calls have had some of a dampening effect, but for the most part, we're moving higher. Off of some divergence. Dow Jones, CVX, Merck. Love to see a move above 79 for Merck. Amgen, the top 10 NASDAQ 100 stocks were and still are mostly biotechs. We've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 11 now. 11 stocks are, was that a low tick alert? 11 stocks are bullish on the NASDAQ 100. That leaves 89 bearish. Those top 11 stocks that are green on the day are either pharmaceutical or biotech names. All right, so we probably got some margin calls coming in. Probably some margin calls. Nicola. Margin calls. Extreme low tick. So somebody's probably some margin calls coming in. Do we see a continuation of this little bounce? Let's see. What did my SQQQ get down to? SQQQ, the hedges. Didn't drop very much. Interesting. All right, so I'll wait another day. Maybe buy those back tomorrow. SPY, well, Qs are not following through so far. All right, so can we see another little pop here? RSI. Watching RSI. Qs. Disney, they report tomorrow. All right, Disney. Let me see if there's anything on the news here on Disney. DIS, Disney. Disney's down $3. Doesn't look that great. Yeah, Disney's not, I'm not interested in Disney. Unfortunately, Disney's not my cup of tea. I like the price action to be above the 921 and 50 day, like over here. We're below, so there's still markdown going on in Disney with earnings on deck. Another low tick. All right, SPY on the cues. I saw some divergence there. It looked like we were going to push a bit higher. They could still sell some. I have hedges on, so I'll keep those on until we don't need them anymore. TZA. It's up $2.58. TZA. TZA is still going. We've got Hertz moving a bit higher as well. Hertz. It's trading above 6. Hertz. I think the number was 8 on Hertz. All right. Another extreme low tick alert. All right, they sucked us in. They sucked people in.
Coming up today after the close, earnings from PLBY, WATT, and Nergis, SONO Sonos, JACK Jack in the Box, FOSL Fossil, Group, DOX Amdocs.
All right, so tomorrow we got Alibaba, Yeti, Bilibili, Blink, DoorDash, Jivo, Walt Disney after the close on Thursday. All right, probably some margin calls going on at the moment. I wouldn't be surprised to see some margin calls at the moment. Dampening any partying by the bulls at the moment. We're still trading almost 4-to-1 down volume on the NYSE. Tick cumulative still dropping. Does not give us a full-on bullish look. TZA at the highs. Coca-Cola moving back, trying to go green, Coca-Cola. Nikola flagging near the high. All right, Qs and SPY trying to bounce here now. TZA at the highs. Let's see, IWM. What do you look like, IWM? IWM. New low on IWM. Small caps. All right, the weekly coming down to these wicks. If we don't hold those wicks, you have to remember we're up over 150% from the March low, March 2020 low, 150%, close to 150%. That's a hell of a run. TZA still moving higher. All right, this is a weekly time frame. IWM. Losing these levels, similar to what we were seeing on SPY earlier. I don't need to go to that right now. Let's look at breadth indicators. Let's see what breadth looks like. 50-day and the 200-day still have not changed direction on the NYSE. All right, so this morning we had a little red dimple there, a second red dimple below the zero line. Now we're seeing a little bit of buying where we have more new highs than new lows. 60-minute building a little bit, but nothing like we saw over here on Monday. Monday was a huge spike. Friday as well. Still, they look like these hedges are working. TZA, SQQQ, SQQQ. All right, SQQQ is near the highs of the day. SQQQ. It's buying the Qs, pulling back. All right, so this is most likely short margin calls. Could see some hedge funds have problems, right? Some of these hedge funds that got on the wrong side. I can't imagine people would be too much on the wrong side, except for when you look at ARK. ARK, it hit the 100 billion mark yesterday, right? 100 billion, something like that. Yeah, pretty oversold is right. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. Qs,
CDC advisory panel recommends use of Pfizer.
we felt that there could be a 3-candle reversal potential and a move back up to the 50-day. Instead, we got a rejection at the 50-day yesterday, follow through today at the lows of the session, very near the lows of the session for the Qs. More than 50% on the retracement. More than 50% on this retracement from this low up to that high. $618 is next. This low up to the high. That low right there. %, 618. All right, so that one's not even needed. 618's right here. RSI on the daily is nearly there. So we'll have all of our short time frames plus the daily oversold. But it also means that the strength of the bearish trend is intact and pretty profound. As we hit these levels, it doesn't just mean that we're oversold. It means that the severity of the trend continues to be more bearish. So stick with those hedges. TZA is just ripping higher. Qs have not come down to the absolute low of the day. SPY has. Futures are. And tick cumulative doesn't give us a reason to get long just yet. Divergence was there briefly, so if you took a scalps only today, we're a 4.3 to 1 down volume on the NYSE. So over the last few weeks, we've been talking about taking profits into strength as we couldn't pierce this level on the Qs or the SPY. We briefly pushed above a couple of weeks ago on SPY and then retraced coming into last week. Qs look worse. And SPY, so we're taking profits off into strength, reducing the number of open positions into this level. We briefly popped above but rejected the next day in both cases. So that told us over these last few weeks to take profits off, minimize our exposure, paint a smaller target on our back if you're long, hedge. That helps with your delta, more neutral. Any downside moves, the severity of these moves in like TZA, just keep going, TZA. All right, people getting more and more scared. We're close. I would think we're pretty close. SPY, remember SPY needs to touch the 50-day. We really would like to see it. We're right there. Everybody's looking at this mostly thinking that we're going to hit the 50-day, including the bulls. So is that what institutions do? Do they reverse it now? All right. So we navigated this pretty well. I'd say we navigated this pretty well. You got the hedges on. You took puts in the morning. A little divergence there for a bullish trade briefly for about 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The FANG stocks agreed. We had FANG. Facebook is still at the highs. It didn't fade that much, so that's pretty significant. VIX did bounce. We're looking for a lower high in the VIX. The good thing is if go away from today, depart today with a little bit of good news. If you haven't been hedging or you haven't been eliminating positions, do note that there's some good news. I just lost my train of thought. I'll think of it in a second. All right. I forget what the hell I was going to say. That's what happens when I'm looking at charts and talking at the same time as things change up. I'll think of it in a second. 50 days right there. NYMO. What's NYMO at? Or what is Nikola? Merck holding up fairly well all day long. ExxonMobil giving back some. Merck trying to push right here, Merck. Merck is trying to push here. All right, they're selling. That's probably a mix of institutions and dealers. To get gamma neutral, delta neutral, sorry, they're selling futures, closing positions, selling futures. VIX is at the highs. Merck looks good though. Merck looks good. VIX, VIX. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you. All right, so that's what I wanted to tell you. All right, so we're getting very close to the green zone. Once we get to the green zone, in between here and there, it's only 5 cents difference. But once we get into this green zone, the vertical blue lines denote reversal areas potentially within a day or two of each other. Those vertical lines line up with a low in the days around this spike. So we could have a low pretty soon. All right. So the vertical green lines coming into this week, the vertical green lines dipping down into red zone. This is VIX VXV, the front month volatility versus the 3-month volatility, June, July. 3 months out, we had dipped into this on this morning, or to start the week on Monday. This was in the red zone. That told us to look for a high, similar to previous highs when we dropped lower. Notice the depth of the move here back in February versus now. It's pretty interesting. The depth here was much greater, and the drop was much greater. So far, we're down more than 7% on the Qs. We're selling some more. So keep the hedges on. Keep the hedges on. All right, so what do we have? 342. 342. And currently we're trading 316. 316.91. All right, so we're currently off 7.5%. Currently off 7.5%. Do we see 10% before it's all said and done? 10% would be closer to the 200-day. $302.50. That'd be 11.75% on the pullback. All right, so we're currently 7.5% off the highs, the recent all-time highs. All right, SPY making a new low. Alrighty then. SQQQ back up to the highs of the day. SPY still moving lower. SPY still moving lower. $50 is right there. We can reach out and touch it now. All right, so the 50-day. $422.82. And the 50-day is 403.70. 403.70. That is a 4.5% pullback to the 50-day. So that's really not that bad when you think about it. 4.5% when the NASDAQ is off 7.5%. Obviously more of the FANG stocks. All right, Apple faded. VIX rallied. VIX is making a new high of the day here at 27.41. That's not right, is it? Weren't we higher earlier? All right, so VIX making new highs here. Facebook is flagging. Can we get a gap up tomorrow? We're down pretty good. We're down on the mat. Will they let us up? We're off 87, 88 handles. So $8.57, $8.65. Wow. The SPY is really off a bit, right? We're due for a dead cat bounce now. We're due for a dead cat maybe when we get the 50-day first. SPY is still, futures are still dropping off. Not popping off like VIX is right now. TZA is really ripping there. Nice. Roku's off 5, Microsoft's off 7.5, Qualcomm's off 4, Tesla's off 24. All right, Freeport McMoran, no follow through. No follow through on Freeport. Most stocks are being impacted by the indices.
SCEL, Cielos Therapeutics, May $5 full sweep. Active now, San Diego.
All right, Qs are testing the low of the day right here, right now. Qs. SPY's already taken out the low several times over. Futures oversold. We could keep going, I guess. 50-day is not too far away. 50-day is not too far off. Is this where we reverse? Short start covering, it's 330. All right, let's look at IWM. IWM. Ooh, that looks ugly. IWM looks ugly. This could last a few more days. At least one more day, I would think. IWM. Stick with the hedges for now. TZA. SQQQ. If we keep moving higher and Qs keep moving lower, down to that lower level on the Qs. If we move down to this level here, 310.
Reporting Colonial Pipeline has no plan to pay the ransom to decrypt the data file.
I know it's probably next to impossible. You IT people probably know better. I mean, bouncing them off different different VPN levels and stuff. But if they ever caught these guys, people who did this, wow, string their ass up. I think we're gonna have a party around that. It's like Salem witch, the Salem witch burning, right? I'm sure a lot of people would enjoy that. Yeah, Josh, I don't think so either. I think those are probably premium selling. SPY on the Q starting to see a bounce here. All right. Second day in a row I've seen this, where we have the most percent up, top 10. Usually this is all populated. On the Dow Jones, not so much. Look at the NYSE. All of these are populated percent up, at least 10. NASDAQ as well, 67% on CRIS, Curis. Facebook at the high of the day. Facebook.
Biden on MSNBC says he wants a bipartisan deal on infrastructure, on as much as they can get a deal on. Says he's not going to give up on a whole range of things that go to the question of raising productivity and increasing jobs.
Political posturing on everybody's part. About the only thing I'm pessimistic about in my life. Everything else I'm pretty optimistic about, but politics, yeah, not so much. Facebook watching for a bounce. Netflix is stringing together 3 bullish candles. Looks like shorts covering again. Shorts are covering again. Diamonds. DIA, the diamonds. Was trading 666 just now, pulling back. If you're looking at this with dismay, just know that we're going to have a bounce at some point, a better opportunity to buy if you didn't hedge. All right, SPY and the Qs are starting to turn here. All right, starting to see some activity. Yeah, the Dow was way overdone. It was the only indices that were moving higher there a few days ago, right? Facebook new highs. Facebook still going. IWM looking for a bounce. IWM. All right, I'm going to take the TZA off. TZA, I'm going to take it off. TZA. That was a nice run today. That was over 2 points. TZA. TZA, I'm all out. I got a nice $3 on that. Got $3 on that. Who was it that mentioned it this morning? I forget. Let's see. This morning, who was it that mentioned it? Who mentioned TZA? Who was it? Who was it? TZA. Somebody in the live channel. Huh. I thought that were up here. TZA. Who said it? I thought it was you, Krishna. It wasn't you? Who mentioned TZA? Let me see here. TZA. May 6th. Looks like Heart Pumper was looking at it May 6th. It was VMV. Thank you there, VMV. Thanks for that. TZA made 3 points. Thank you there, VMV. Fubo. Fubo, F-U-B-O. Faded immediately from the highs. Have to wait and see. All right, VIX is still making new highs, folks. VIX is still making new highs. Facebook, I would take it off. Thank you, TZA. Thank you, VMB. All right, we've got a little bit more than 22 minutes to go. 22 minutes to go. Not expecting much today. I would keep some of the hedges on. Merck faded, ExxonMobil faded, ex-dividend. Roku faded. SQQQ looks like it wants to do something here.
LHDX, Lucira Health, another pop here now, $6.42 on LHDX.
SQQQ. All right, VIX still moving higher. VIX.
Market on close, 1.2 billion on the buy side.
VIX still moving higher. VIX still moving higher. Can we get a fast reversal now? I'm keeping the hedges on. I sold covered calls. I sold the 13s for 80 cents, 82 cents. The 13s on SQQQ. If it pulls back below 13 over the next day or two, and we can buy those back for a nice premium profit, we'll keep the hedge on. I'm still not convinced the Qs are ready to bounce yet until I see proof. Yes, we're oversold, but we can get more oversolder. That's a Scrabble word, oversolder. All right, until I see proof, I'm going to stick with those hedges, and I'll trade around it. I'll trade Q calls as a scalp while keeping the hedge on bounces for 50-cent trades while we're waiting for the markets to do whatever they're going to do. I can sell covered calls at the high, the spikes in the SQQQ, or the dips in QQQ. All right, not everybody wants to do it that way, but that's what I do. I've done it in the past. SQQQ, I've used this vehicle before. Pretty convenient. The last time we ran up like this, it took a couple of weeks before we got petered out at the highs, but all along the way, I was selling covered calls, bringing my cost basis down. We eventually got our cost basis down below 11, I think it was like 1080 or something like that on this last move. We kept selling cover calls, and once this really started to drop off, we had a nice profit in both the SQQQ and the cover calls we were selling. Once this started to break down, we let those loose and the markets took off. So doing the same thing here. We're only about a week into this, a few days into this move. Doesn't mean it's going to be a straight shot to the moon. I don't anticipate to be a straight shot. I anticipate that SQQQ could pull back. That's where I'll buy those covered calls back. My cost basis is down there around 1180 anyway on this last move. Selling covered calls while still scalping the markets. Scalping the markets, puts and calls today. All right, the puts on the way down on these bounces. And SPY the same thing, SPY puts. That was pretty lucrative today, SPY. Just dropped off and just kept moving lower. It was below VWAP all day. Are we going to get some shorts to cover right here? Probably. We got like a little bit more than 15 minutes to go, 16 minutes to go. Can we get a rally now? That'd be cool if we saw a big rally and we started to push higher and SPY produced a hammer. That would be awesome. Get everybody on one side of the boat. Shorts covering for now. That's all I read this as. Shorts covering. Let's look at the 60-minute. All right, starting to hammer right here at that support level we drew in before. Starting to bounce right there. We got a gap right down here. Got a gap over here. Looks like we could fill it eventually. All right, so as soon as we started to lose that level overhead at 411, that was where we got short, long the puts. That was a good trade. We're looking for divergence to forecast to move higher. There goes Apple. Apple's going. Apple going. Apple's going. Goodbye. Somebody bought the 130 calls. MOC, we got 1.3 billion to buy. 1.3 billion to buy. MOC, market on close, 1.3 billion to buy. $1.3 billion to buy, folks. 1.3 billion to buy. Nvidia's bouncing now. Facebook looks like it could go some more. I liked it better. Facebook, I liked it better when it started to come above 301. We saw that divergence. Okay, the previous chart, look at that, how close we are to the 50-day. 50 is a SMA. 50 is the SMA. Let me see what it looks like if we look at the EMA. I don't want to change it to suit our thought process, but where did it go? Oh, all right. 50. 50 EMA. All right, we're already at the 50 EMA. John, you know who you remind me of? Robert. That's Robert does that.
American Airlines says 2 long-haul flights impacted by pipeline outage to resume normal schedule on Thursday. That's Alpha Alpha Lima, AAL.
Yeah, mine too, John. My brain is too old too. That's funny. That's still a lot. Nicola, call sweeps. Looks like they are anticipating something. Nicola's still going. Looking pretty strong on Nicola. NKLA. I'll take another look at it tomorrow. Nicola's probably going to be good tomorrow too. Daily. 50 days overhead, so I'd anticipate some resistance at 50 day. Nicola. I anticipate some resistance up there at the 50 day. So you got another 50 cents, 75 cents or so to go. Nicola. 5 minute looks good. Nicola. 5 minute looks good. More low ticks. All right, so they're not done. They're not done. There's got to be margin calls. Got to be some margin calls. All right, we got a little dip there. Another dip. Nicola. I wouldn't be buying nickel up here. I'll wait until tomorrow for any new trades on this one. Thank you, Cayman, for that trade earlier. Nicola. All right, SPY, 50 day. 50 EMA has been tagged. 50 DMA has not. All right, so we're right there. We're right there. Is that the DMA I have on here? Yep, that's a 50 day. All right, so the 50 day we've hit. SPY has finally hit this 50 day. All right, Qs are selling. Our Qs are selling pretty hard here. All right, so this is all right, the last few minutes of the trading day. They're trying to make a point. Are they trying to make a point? SPY is at the 50 day. Qs are closing at the low of the day. This is not over with. RSI is almost oversold. The last thing I want to do is short now at the low of the day. Not enough time left. 7 minutes to go. 7 minutes to go. My brain hurts. My brain does hurt. Today was a really active day. All right, so for those of you, I mentioned this earlier, for those of you who are not comfortable shorting, you can also look at the index by flipping the chart, and that gives you like a bullish view, right? So you can do that, or you can do SPY or IWM. By flipping the chart, okay? And it gives you sort of a bullish look. So you get used to trading a certain way, you can always just flip the chart and be short. Anyway, that's just something to think about. Qs. All right, do they start to cover here now?
LHDX, $7.23 now. At the intraday high, shares were halted on a circuit breaker, LHDX.
All right, we've got 4 minutes to go for the regular session. Closing bell. For those of you who stuck around all day, you probably need to take a walk or jog or something to de-stress, meditate, go exercise, whatever, play golf. This is Wednesday, the 12th of May. Don't forget, taxes are due next Monday for those of you who waited till the last minute. Oh, joy. Tick cumulative has yet to turn. Tick is yet to turn, and we're trading 6-1 down volume now. 6-1. All right, capitulation. What did we just hit? SPY. We tagged the 50-day, 403.70. Low of the day. We're close. Looked like it. At first glance, it looked like we tagged the 50-day. Close enough. We hit the 50 EMA, that's for sure. 50 EMA. The low of the day was 404. SPY off 4.5%.
Less than 1 minute to the U.S. markets close.
Minute to go. 1 minute to go. All right, we got a nice little reversal now. Shorts covering Bigly. Shorts covering Bigly. There's your closing bell. Let's see what they have on deck. Take care, Rob. Yeah, nearly on the daily too, Krishna. Nearly on the daily as well. Oversold. All right, earnings tonight. Sonos. Jack in the Box. I like their burgers. You guys out in California, I like Jack in the Box. I don't know if it's because they put mustard on them, what it is about it, Jack in the Box burger, but I remember those really well. The one in La Jolla. Just off the, what is that, Route 1? Coastal Highway.
Reporting $1.13. The estimate was $1.13.
Another one in Santa Barbara I've checked out.
Revenue of $1.049 billion is a beat for.
Yeah, I like Jack. I like their burgers.
Earnings coming in line. Delta Oscar X-ray. RNWK Real Networks reporting a loss of 27 cents on revenue of 15.9 million.
Yeah, Jack tacos are good too.
Whiskey Kilo. Revenue estimate was 33.
David, I won't say typical Tesla. I mean typical.
RNWK. WATT Energus. Energus reporting 14 cents for WATT. The estimate was a loss of 12 cents. A loss of 14 cents is wider than the loss of 12 cents. Revenue of 145,100 is below the 150,000 estimate, so that's short for Energus, WATT. LHDX, Sierra Health hitting $8.50 now after resuming in the after hours. PLBY again beating on revenue. Shares ticking higher here, 42.30. PLBY.
All right, folks. Was it Playboy? Let's see what a few of these look like after hours. PLBY.
CRIS, Curus reported a loss of 11 cents. That's wider than the 9-cent loss that was expected for CRIS.
CRIS. CRI. That one was active today.
Revenue of 2.2 million is below estimate for CRIS.
Did he talk?
KRMD, Wipro Med-
Did he talk Sonos yet?
reporting zero.
Sonos. Sorry for coughing in your ear like that.
The estimate was a loss of a penny for KRMD. LGL, Lima Golf Lima, reporting a penny in earnings. LGL.
All right, folks, I'm out of here. Take care. Have a great evening, everyone.
FLXN, Flexion Therapeutics, Flexion reporting a loss of 57 cents. That's Foxtrot Lima X-ray November. The estimate was a loss of 52 cents, so wider loss than expected for FLXN. Revenue 24.6 million is short for FLXN. NVE, NV5 Global. First, Jack in the Box reporting $1.48. JACK $1.48 on Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box. Jack in the Box.
$1.48 adjusted on JACK. The estimate for Jack in the Box was $1.29, so that's a beat for JACK. FOSL, Fossil reporting loss of 47 cents for Fossil. FOSL, the estimate, looking for estimate sales.
All right, I'm out of here. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.